The Legiones Astartes would embody the Emperor's wrath in their methods of purging the galaxy clean of both xenos and heretical corruptions. The single most deadly force ever to be unleashed upon the stars, the blades and bolters of the Space Marine legions would burn the enemies of humanity to ash during their righteous crusades. Yet with the corruption of the War Master of the Imperium, Horus Lupercal, and the dawn of his civil war to usurp the mantle of the ruler of humanity, many legions would follow his descent into madness in exchange for the foul gifts of chaos. For today, we shall bring light to the dark deeds of the followers of the ruinous powers who once trod the path of the Emperor's divine will. The treacherous turncoats and slaves to darkness, the traitor Space Marine legions.
Your whimpering pleas are pathetic. My ears have known songs that have made the air weep sweet blood. Such was the bliss. Clearly, you need greater encouragement to improve your voice.
Each founding of the Adeptus Astartes legions exemplify a singular virtue demonstrated by their primarchs. Some legions are renowned for their applications of strategy, others their use of technology, or even their mastery of the warp. All striving to reach the optimal potential demonstrated by their many heroes and veterans. Yet one legion would strive for a goal unattainable within the bounds of the mortal universe, perfection, and their fall would be one of the most storied within the Imperium. The Third Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Emperor's Children. Recruiting its initial soldiers from the courts of Europa during the later stages of the Unification Wars of Terra, the Third Legion would consist of the royal sons of the nobles whom had defied the Emperor and suffered the wrath of his Thunder Warriors. Drawn from each of the noble houses, the fathers and mothers of the tributes would invariably ascribe to two mentalities: that their sons were hostages now used in the blood-drenched wars of the Emperor, or the brightest and most zealous of his new warriors to uphold his newly founded Imperium. With some noble houses, such as Loculus of Comarg, willingly sending every son of its bloodline to join the Third Legion, and subsequently sending its firstborn of each new generation thereafter. Over time, drawing more aristocratic bloodlines into the fold, the Third Legion would lay its foundation with the pride of its bloodlines and ancestries of war. Serving as a beacon for the Imperial Army efforts during the Unification Wars, the Third Legion would command and support the Army's battles as regal and noble bearers of the Imperium's might. A symbol of the Astartes providence, unlike most legions, the Third Legion would be deployed in smaller battalions. The aristocratic Astartes would have a keen eye for the strengths and weaknesses inherent in the Imperial Army's structures and deployments. Leading successful and glorious campaigns in the name of the Emperor, the Third Legion would bask in its adoration of the common soldiery and citizens of humanity as the brilliant, handsome, and indomitable will of the Emperor. Their favor to the Emperor cemented in the form of the Palatine Aquila. A symbol of their peerless devotion to his will, the Third Legion would bear his sigil with boundless pride, earned at the cost of the Third Legion's 16th cohort's annihilation whilst fighting alongside the Emperor and his custodes during the Proxima betrayal of the Great Crusade, saving his life by sacrificing their own and never giving ground to the treachery of the insurrectionists. Given the duty of enacting exterminatus on the planet of Proxima, the Third Legion would claim their due vengeance and be renamed, though not ratified officially, as the Emperor's Children. Assigned as envoys, equerries, and honor guards, the Emperor's Children would relish their favor as they carried out diplomatic missions in his name. Though with time, the Third Legion's misfortunes would grow, and these would not be the last to befall the Emperor's favored sons. Within a solar year of their triumph at Proxima, the Legion's gene seed reserve would be destroyed during its transportation to the moon of Luna. Hampering their development of new recruits, a viral outbreak would also ruin the Third Legion's stores of gene seed within the gene labs of Terra. The Third Legion would slowly wither, as casualties of war would further diminish their now nigh unreplenishable numbers. Their strength dwindling, the Legion would appear to be doomed to extinction. Yet narrowly, the Legion would escape its fate with the discovery of their long-lost Primarch, Fulgrim. Dubbed the Phoenician or Phoenix by his gene sons, Fulgrim would be raised on the bleak mining world of Chemos. Shrouded in perpetual twilight, the dull world's populace would struggle with the planet's diminishing resources and be required to tirelessly work to produce food to survive. Despite strict food rationing, the planet would be buffeted by warp storms, making trade with passing vessels difficult. Culling orphans to prevent the overconsumption of rations, the planet's police force, the caretakers, would nonetheless beseech the planet's rulers, known as the Executives, to spare the life of the newly discovered child, Fulgrim. Raised by one of the caretakers, Fulgrim would be named after the deity of Chemos, and the young Primarch would become a laborer, utilizing the planet's myriad mining technologies. Rising to the rank of executive at the age of 15, Fulgrim would govern the fortress factory of Kallax, and with time, repair and reorganize the mining technologies of the planet to improve their productivity. Creating surpluses of materials, trade would blossom, and Fulgrim would ascend to govern the planet. Allowing for free time to pursue culture and the arts, Chemos would flourish, and with the reunion of the Emperor and Fulgrim, the Emperor's children would soon be salvaged. Addressing the last surviving 200 Astartes of his legion, Fulgrim would remark, "You are the Emperor's chosen, his heralds, his warriors, his children. For this is only the beginning." On hearing these words, the Emperor would officially ratify the 3rd Legion as the Emperor's children. Repainting their armor in the lacquer of imperial purple and bearing the Emperor's Palatine Aquila, the Emperor's own chosen Astartes would swell with pride and consider themselves above their cousin legions. With Fulgrim now driven to uphold the standards and iconography of his legion, they would epitomize perfection as their defining characteristic. Paragons of imperial culture, civility, and nobility, Fulgrim would demand only the finest craftsmanship for his legion's armor. Garbing themselves in increasingly intricate finery, the Primarch and his legionaries would embroider their cloaks and gild their armor. With so few Astartes in number, the Emperor would assign the Emperor's children to serve alongside his favored son, Horus Lupercal, and the 16th Legion, the Lunar Wolves. For a solar decade, the Lunar Wolves would mentor the 3rd Legion. Forging bonds of immense strength, the Primarchs and their sons would grow to complement their strengths until the Legion's numbers had grown to a size able to stand alone. Its recruits comprising of Terran and Chemos-born Astartes, the Emperor's children would establish their fortress monastery on Chemos within the old mining factory where Fulgrim had worked, Kallax. Given command of the 28th Expeditionary Fleet, the Emperor's children would now forge their path anew, yet further hasten their fall. Filled with an intense need to prove themselves in the eyes of the Emperor, the 3rd Legion would bring several worlds into compliance during the Great Crusade. Fighting alongside the 10th Legion, the Iron Hands, the 2 Primarchs and their gene sons would form a great bond of respect. Though seen by many legions as pompous and gaudy, the Iron Temp would recognize the Emperor's children's dedication to serve the Imperium and strive for greatness. Yet during the purging of the Xenos on the world of Laren, Primarch Fulgrim would be ensnared by the lure of chaos. The Lair Xenos under the thrall of the demonic being known as Slaanesh, the genetically enhanced beings would pique the interest of the Legion's chief apothecary, Fabius Bile, and with the discovery of the corrupting demon blade, the Lair Blade, Fulgrim's descent into madness would begin. Claiming the blade as his own, the greater demon inside would whisper forbidden and twisted thoughts into the mind of the Phoenician. Offering Fulgrim the perfection he so desperately sought, Fulgrim would seal his legion's fate with the intervention of the now corrupted War Master, Horus Lupercal. Allying with the traitorous Astartes of the World Eaters, Death Guard, and Sons of Horus, the Emperor's children would cull the loyalists within their ranks. Succumbing to the gifts of the ruinous powers, the Emperor's children would, in their vain attempt to achieve perfection, mutilate their bodies to achieve their goal. Fulgrim further damning the Legion, his demon-gifted influence would oversee the orgy of bloodletting, pleasure and mutilations wrought by the composer, Bekwa Kinska, aboard the Emperor's Children flagship, Pride of the Emperor. Corrupted by chaos, Kinska would orchestrate an orchestral piece of such debauchery that it would drive the already tainted legionaries to new heights of excess, birthing the Emperor-damned Noise Marines and further degenerating the legionaries' chaos-born mutations. All hope of the Legion's redemption would cease. Believing the Imperium to stand in the way of humanity's ascension, the now horrifically transformed Legion would attack their loyalist brethren on the world of Istvan V and murder the Primarch of the Iron Hands, Ferrus Manus. Despite Fulgrim's regret in slaying his once brother, his body would be possessed by the demon of the Lair Blade. Though Fulgrim would eventually be freed from his prison of flesh and in time ascend to the favor of the ruinous powers to become a demon prince, the Third Legion would follow their Primarch with revel. With the traitors' victory at Istvan V and their many atrocities culminating at the Siege of Terra, the Emperor's children would not attack the defenses of the Imperial Palace. With no trace of decency or honor left within their wretched hides, the Third Legion would attack the civilian populace of Terra. Pursuing their depraved hedonism upon the innocents, the Emperor's children would capture billions of humans to use in their grotesque experiments and torturous heresies. Yet with the defeat of the War Master by the Emperor of Mankind and the traitor forces driven from Terra, the Emperor's children lay waste to many loyal outposts and worlds in the wake of their journey to the Eye of Terror. Lacking all concepts of brotherhood, the Emperor's children would raid other traitor legions for fresh slaves to enact their depraved pleasures. Fragmented by their enraged former allies during the slave wars, the Emperor's children would regroup on the world of Harmony, yet be outright decimated by Abaddon the Despoiler and his newly formed Black Legion. Sundered into small warbands, the Emperor's children now roam the galaxy, seemingly without the guidance of their Primarch. Their homeworld of Chemos declared exterminatus and destroyed by the Imperium, rumors persist that the long disorganized Third Legion shall soon return with their Primarch Fulgrim at their vanguard. Though for the sake of humanity, such rumors are best left as such, for there are truly fewer foes worse to be felled by than the wretched servants of Slaanesh. The Geneseed of the Third Legion would craft warriors of incredibly noble bearing, beautiful features, and goal-driven nature. Consistently reproducing the Legion's characteristic albinism and violet eyes within their ranks, the Legion would nonetheless maintain a desirable aesthetic envied by the citizenry of the Imperium and jealousy of many cousin legions. Yet the Legion's founding would be blighted by a viral contagion, threatening to destroy all traces of the Third Legion's geneseed. With the Legion's apothecaries exemplifying an intense attention to detail and laborious effort, their labors would ensure the survival of the Legion, laying the foundations for the Emperor's children's obsession with the pursuit of perfection. Their geneseed so painstakingly maintained, the Third Legion would possess likely the most pure and stable geneseed of all 20 founding legions. With a mutations rate practically at zero, the Emperor's children would implant only the finest of aspirants. As a result, allowing almost zero psychers within their ranks, due to the nature of psychomutations being screened from their selections. Their geneseed adaptations operating at peak functions, the Third Legion would outperform all legions with regards to their adaptations to their procedures, a trait which unfortunately would be wasted in its entirety, with the legions corrupting by the ruinous powers. Their numbers difficult to replenish due to the necessity of repurposing the stolen geneseed of loyalist Astartes. During their service as a loyal legion of the Astartes, the Emperor's children would be the only legion to adopt the Emperor's Aquila across their chestplate, the sign of favor from the Master of Mankind, further bolstering the Legion's ego and illusion as the greatest of all Astartes, further embellishing their armor with filigree, battle honors, oaths of moment, and rank signifiers. The Emperor's children would be regarded as peacocks by their fellow legions. With their fall to chaos, the Third Legion would cover their gold and imperial purple with more garish colors to honor the fell power known as Slaanesh. Patterns of pastel pink and black, piercings and tattered shards of gold jutting from their flesh. The Emperor's children now bear no marks of disciplined organization. With no two Astartes decorated the same, the Emperor's children now seek to stand apart from one another in their efforts to express their own individual decadence. often exhibiting facial scars and bindings which twist their faces into malformed smiles. The golden talon and eagle-winged badge of the 3rd Legion, now covered in the heretical markings of the Prince of Pleasure. Before their downfall, the Emperor's children would be structured by their Primarch Fulgrim's own stringent requirements. Disciplined, formal, and conforming to strict protocol, assignment of equipment and promotions within the Legion would undergo intense consideration and scrutiny. Understanding their exact value in the eyes of their Primarch and the Legion's command staff, each Astartes would remain committed to his Legion's goals and values in order to gain favor and rise through the ranks. Each squad of the Legion, organized to specialize with a purpose in mind, unit cohesion would be paramount. Utilizing all squad variations present within every Astartes Legion, the Emperor's children would be prepared for any variation of warfare. The Legion would, like all, however, use personal favorite strategies, and alike to the White Scars, regard speed and maneuverability as preferable to endurance or firepower. Deploying a preponderance of jump packs and land speeders to meet such demands, the 3rd Legion would recapture the tales of knights riding into battle with armor gleaming and banners held aloft. Comprised of over 110,000 Astartes prior to the Horus Heresy, the Legion would be divided into approximately 30 chapters, called Millennials. Primarch Fulgrim would command the Legion overall, but assign 10 Lord Commanders to lead the first 10 Millennials. Equipped by Primarch Sanguinius of the Blood Angels as Fulgrim's Princes of War, the Lord Commanders would foster command alike to a cult of personality within the Legion, passing down their orders to lower-ranked officers in the order of Commanders, Lieutenant Commanders, Masters, Sub-Commanders, Tribunes Palatine, Captains, Ancients, and eventually, Sergeants. With records of subdivisions lost to history, there do still exist accounts of some elite forces within the ranks of the Legion. The Sun Killers, equipped with las cannons, would perform heavy ordnance duties. The wings of the Phoenician, commanded by their Eagle King commander, would land into battle via jump packs and assist in close quarters combat. The Phoenix Guard would act as the 200-strong ceremonial honor guard of their Primarch. The Brotherhoods of the Palatine Blades would form the greatest swordsmen of the Legion, in loose formations to combat the greatest foes of the Imperium in single combat. The finest of the 3rd Legion's Imperial Army soldiers would be named the Righteous Blades and would win glory for the Imperium during the Great Crusade. Yet with the fall of their patron Legion, the Righteous Blades would be renamed the Roaring Blades, with their damned service to the ruinous powers. And finally, with the transformation of a select number of the Legion's Astartes into the so-called Noise Marines, a division would be created to unleash their potential in all its ear-splitting force, the Cacophony. Severely depleted in number during the Istvan III atrocity, the Emperor's children would diminish from over 110,000 Astartes to an estimate of 50,000. Further depleting their battle-capable vehicles during the Istvan V dropsite massacre, the Legion would devote more of its resources into transforming their bodies under the knife of their chief apothecary, Fabius Bile. With no restraint or censure, Bile would construct horrors of flesh and ceramite to fulfill the needs of both his Primarch and his own demented curiosity. Gleaning corrupting knowledge from the influence of the Legion's warrior lodge, the Brotherhood of the Phoenix, the Emperor's children's descent into madness and depravity would be swift. With all previous formations and structures torn asunder, the Emperor's children have now fragmented into small warbands of varying sizes. Each led by their own commander, the warbands answer to no higher authority. Even their allegiance to serve the whims of Fulgrim is unfounded, with no actions perpetrated as an organized legion taking place since the scouring of the heretics. Driven by their base instincts, the Emperor's children serve their patron god Slaanesh with pathological fervor, pursuing new sensations and fixations alongside their battle brothers, not out of loyalty, but a simple feral need to rely on one another to engage in battle and the enslavement of their chargers. The 3rd Legion's pursuit of perfection would garner them a reputation as incredibly skilled warriors prior to their corruption during the Horus Heresy. Training during every opportunity at their assigned duty, the Astartes of the Emperor's children would resolve to never be satisfied with their ever-increasing skill at arms. Often dueling amongst the ranks of the Astartes, they would learn from the range of martial techniques championed by each Astartes legion. Recovering the strange and artisanal weapons of their enemies, the Emperor's children would relinquish their own mastercrafted weapons for those of greater quality. Mastering their spoils of war and wielding them in battle, the legion would be equipped with many strange Xenos axes, glaives, swords, and more. Further nurturing each individual Astartes' self-reliance in battle and combined force of arms. Analyzing every battle, deployment, strategy, unforeseen trial, and battle loss, the Emperor's children would apply their experience to endure any and all conditions of war. Demanding the same degree of conviction from their brother legions and the Imperial army, the Third Legion would lead their forces by example and expect zero hesitation or flaws from their allies. Thriving in their use of rigorously practiced battle tactics, they would relish any chance to dominate the battlefield with negligible flaws or losses. Idolizing the Emperor with near fanatical devotion, they would seek to emulate his peerless strength and glory. Following a strict hierarchy of example, from the Primarchs to the lowliest of humans, the seeds for the Legion's elitism would grow with their continual improvement and self-aggrandizement. Envisioning the Emperor's total rule of the galaxy, the sons of Fulgrim would revere culture, music, and art. Believing that once their days of fighting were over, they would pursue perfection in the appreciation and participation of such diversity of art forms as spoils of a galaxy at peace. A facet of their downfall, a direct result of their passion for the senses, combined with their burgeoning arrogance. It is no wonder as to how the Legion would be consumed by carnal pleasure and ever-degenerating stimuli. Now roaming within the roiling tides of the warp, the Emperor's children partake in never-ending pleasure and excess. The Third Legion revel in their twisted purgatory of indulgence, their boundless appetites impossible to sate, no matter how many millennia they live, nor countless mortals they delight in causing inconceivable tortures. Perpetrating unspeakable amounts and degrees of cruelty, their suffering-laced ecstasy shall not end so long as the ruinous powers hold dominion of the Immaterium. Their cackling laughter at each and every atrocity, only emboldening their patron god and its foul desires.
There is a tragedy in perfection, as the ancient philosophers were wont to say. It is doomed to fail, to become imperfect. The more tightly it is grasped, the more imperfect it becomes. The fall of all those who turned against us are all bitter tragedies in their own right. But the fall of the Emperor's children is a tragedy in the greatest and oldest sense. Their tragedy is not that they fell from perfection, but that it was never in their power to attain it. For they were always flawed, broken things. They reached for a distant light that would forever be out of their grasp. And in the reaching they fell, so far that the flawed magnificence they had so painfully achieved would rot in our memories. The flaws were there, my lords. They were always there. We were blind to them. Now, we must see both the glory that was and the ruin it became. We have that duty.
They have an efficiency about them that makes their corruption all the darker. It lies deep indeed, to leave the surface undisturbed. Discipline without, but in their hearts, is a deviance I am glad I cannot imagine. The Legiones Astartes are among the most dangerous and battle-tested warriors of his Imperium. Bedecked in heavy ceramite plate and armed with the most deadly of weaponry, any whom should stand against his angels shall be outmatched by the hulking giants of war. Yet among all the founding legions, there is one legion above all that prior to their fall encompassed the Imperium's relentless strength, cold logic, and unbreakable constitution. The Fourth Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the Iron Warriors. During the Wars of Unification, each legion would be crafted by the Emperor to serve a unique purpose. Some would master the arts of infiltration, others the methods of assassination, or even unmatched barbaric slaughter. Yet for every engagement, one with quick guerrilla warfare, or waged against a foe with exploitable weaknesses, there would exist foes which would prove to be stalwart and capable combatants. For these enemies of his Imperium, the 4th Legion would be dispatched to wear down their fortresses and impregnable bastions. Punishing in their relentless wearing away of their enemies, the 4th Legion would act as the harsh crashing tide of the Imperium, slowly eroding the walls of their enemies' defenses. Drawn from the gun tribes of the Oro Plateau fortress of Sek Amrak, the 4th Legion's early years of service would prove their worth in the field of battle. Rapidly increasing in size due to the Legion's low gene seed implantation rejection rates, the 4th Legion would be among the first to be of capable size to persecute the enemies of the Emperor alongside the 1st and 5th Legions. Charging into battle under the personal command of the Emperor himself, the 4th Legion would destroy the War Witches and Litho Golem armies of Venusia. Rewarded for their service with ever more sophisticated weaponry, war machines, and supply points, with the aid of the Adepts of Mars, the 4th Legion would further burgeon, with recruits reallocated to their number, once intended for the 3rd Legion. Among the largest of the initial legions, the 4th would be split efficiently into the expeditionary fleets of the Great Crusade. Conquering hundreds of worlds under their banner, the 4th Legion would prove to be invaluable in bringing compliance to the Segmentum Solar and beyond. Adorning their armor with the winged bolt of the Emperor, the 4th would continue to prove their worth for hundreds of Terran Standard years. Yet with the Legion's union with their Primarch, Perturabo, during 840.M30, the Legion's ties to Holy Terror would begin to diminish. The rigidity in the Legion's organization, battle doctrines, and command structure would bear resemblance to their Primarch's own reliance on determined overwhelming firepower rather than the use of guile and subterfuge. Labeled as mechanistic, dull, and unchanging, the 4th Legion would be regarded with ill repute by its brother legions. Dispatched as a reliable yet predictable force, the 4th Legion would be deployed among the most vital yet drawn out of war zones. Their pedigree as a workhorse of the Legiones Astartes, with the installment of their Primarch as their leader, the now Iron Warriors would be gifted a bitter, thankless, and beleaguered legion. Yet if the 4th Legion hoped to reunite with a Gene Father known for his mercy or compassion, they would be sorely disappointed. The Lord of Iron would be raised on the world of Olympia under the shadow of a tyrant. Distrust and melancholy soaked deep within his being, Perturabo would grow to be a genius with a nonetheless aloof and cold demeanor. Though swift in his adoption of his legion, Perturabo would have a ravenous mind for deeds and technologies outside of the field of battle. A student of science and craftsmanship, the Lord of Iron would prove to be starved for his hunger for knowledge. Accepting his duty as a general of his Imperium, Perturabo would prove to be a meticulous, if not stubborn, commander. Every battle was a puzzle to be solved, a trial to be disassembled, observed, and bested. Briefly fighting alongside the Emperor during the Great Crusade, Perturabo would observe his father's great deeds and return to his legion found wanting. His glory-starved warriors would be further driven to meet their Gene Father's exacting standards. Given absolute authority to command his newly gifted 35,000 Astartes into his own image, the Lord of Iron would begin to mold his legion into the warriors he required. Comparing his legion's deeds to their counterparts, such as the 1st and 7th Legions, Perturabo would find his sons wanting. Punishing them for their failure, the Lord of Iron would conduct a lottery among his men. 1 in 10 of the Astartes who drew the mark of failure would be killed by his battle brothers with their own bare hands. Decried as a madman by the Imperial Court and Primarch of the Ultramarines, Rabute Guilliman, all criticisms of the Lord of Iron would regardless be silenced by the Emperor. The decimation of the Iron Warriors would reinforce their beleaguered nature. There would be no favor nor preferential treatment of Perturabo's men, no matter their rank, deeds, or valor. Should an Iron Warrior fail as an individual, all shall be punished. Should they lose an engagement or fail in their implementation to secure objectives, they shall be culled to weed out the weakness within the Legion. Death was now the price for failure, with the only course of atonement for the Legion to ascend to reach their full potential. Reorganizing his Legion into a machine of war, Perturabo would lead his army during their first campaign against the Meritara cluster, purging the so-called Black Judges and bringing the system into compliance. The Iron Warriors would be shamed into exceeding their Primarch standards. Continuing his grueling tests of his Legion, Perturabo would mold the Iron Warriors into an indomitable force. Working closely with the Mechanicum, the Lord of Iron would further expand his Legion's fleet, armaments, and recruitment hives. The battering ram of the Imperium's war effort, the Iron Warriors would quickly become regarded as the single most determined and unflinching blunt instrument of the Legiones Astartes. Further embittered towards their brother legions, the Iron Warriors would nurture their resentment of their more graceful and storied brethren. Their weakness of spirit would be fortified with iron and slowly corrode their esteem. Their bitterness further exasperated with the appointment of Primarch of the Lunar Wolves, Horus Lupercal, as War Master. With the appointment of the War Master giving him full control of the Legiones Astartes, the Iron Warriors would be further tasked with ever more mundane and ignoble campaigns. Typecast as the garrison specialists of the legions, the Iron Warriors would not be given rest for their ceaseless endeavor. Perturabo would grow ever more bitter at his father and the War Master's mistreatment of his legion and his own capabilities. Their disregard for the Great Crusade further emboldened with their jaded nature. The Fourth Legion would nevertheless grasp at the slightest means to attain retribution. And with the fall of the War Master to the thrall of chaos, the Iron Warriors would be a willing accessory to betrayal. Perturabo's homeworld, Olympia, had fallen to open rebellion with the death of the tyrant of Lokos and enabled an insurrection to occur. As the only legion to have its homeworld in opposition to its reign, Horus Lupercal would bid his brother to return to his homeworld and gift him the Warhammer, Forgebreaker. The weapon crafted by the Phoenician, Fulgrim, and once wielded by the Iron Hands Primarch Ferrus Manus, the now corrupted Warhammer would purportedly act as a means for the corruption of the ruinous powers to further embitter the Lord of Iron. Unleashing his fury upon his homeworld, Perturabo would burn his cities to the ground and slay his own stepsister, Persephone. Knowing his genocide of his people would never be forgiven by the Emperor, Perturabo would barely be capable of comprehending the depths of his depravity. Simultaneously learning of Horus's betrayal of Istvan III and receiving orders from the Emperor to join the Loyalist counterattack of Istvan V, Perturabo's path would become clear. Allying with the traitors to the throne, the Iron Warriors would thereon march into battle with solemn resignation and stoic despair. Joining the Loyalist counterattack as the second wave of reinforcements, the Iron Warriors would meet the legions of the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard as kin. Yet with their descent to the surface of Istvan V, the Iron Warriors would turn their bolters on the Loyalist Primarchs and their Astartes. Known thereafter as the Betrayers of Istvan by the wider Imperium, the Iron Warriors would continue to follow their Primarch's descent into madness and malevolence. Following the Dropsite Massacre, the Iron Warriors would venture to the planet of Hydra Caudatus and slay its defenders, the Imperial Fists. Emboldened, seeing themselves as superior to the 7th Legion, the Iron Warriors would slaughter the remaining 13,000 human defenders of the Cadmean Citadel. Their hands coated in the blood of men, women, and children, the Iron Warriors under the command of their Primarch would return to their homeworld with pride at their accomplishments.
fortifying their home system into an empire of iron. Each planet would instate a warsmith to lead its people, further bleeding their nemesis of the 7th Legion during the Battle of Phal. The Iron Warriors would further prove their mettle against the Imperial Fists. Further accompanying the Emperor's children and their Primarch, Fulgrim, the Iron Warriors would be party to unknowingly achieve Fulgrim's apotheosis. Observing his brother and his legion to be debauched, disfigured, and horrific monsters, Perturabo would show disgust for his brother's flagrant corruption. Tempting the Lord of Iron with promises of a weapon of untold power hidden deep within the Eye of Terror, the Iron Warriors would join their gaudy and horrific allies in their quest. Harried by the Orphans of War aboard the Sisypheum, despite the Black Shield's attempt to slay Fulgrim, the Iron Warriors would punish the Loyalists for their interference. Achieving their goal of traversing to the Crone world of Idris, the planet of Eldar legend would once be known as the seat of the Eldari Empire. Within the heart of the Eye of Terror, the Iron Warriors would assist the Emperor's children in their assault of the guarded prison tomb of the Angel Exterminatus. Their prize, the Sepulchre of Isha's Doom, the powers of Slaanesh would call to Fulgrim within its core. Betrayed by Fulgrim, Perturabo would unknowingly cause the ascension of his brother into the form of a demon prince of Slaanesh with the strike of his warhammer, Forgebreaker. Destroying Fulgrim's mortal shell, Perturabo would watch in horror as the now transformed Primarch and his Emperor's children would retreat into a flare of arcane energy. As Idris tore itself apart, Perturabo would resolve to, despite his setbacks, lead his men to the final assault of Holy Terror. The 4th Legion's deeds would not be overshadowed by Fulgrim, nor be found wanting in the battle for humanity's soul. Carving a path to Holy Terror, the Iron Warriors would begin their crusade to end the Imperium within the Talon system. Having now witnessed the power of chaos and its true potential firsthand, Perturabo would learn of a relic, the Cursus of Alganar, hidden deep within the planet of Talon. Virus bombing the planet, the now desert world's defenders would resist as best they could. 1 million armored vehicles would stand against the 4th Legion, and with blood and steel, prevent the Iron Warriors from acquiring their prize. Humbled by the largest armor-fielded battle in the Imperium's history, Perturabo would relent in his conquest of Talon, and with orders from the War Master, defend the supply lines of the Yarant and Vanahelm systems. Spread thin and undersupplied, the Iron Warriors would take heavy losses during such engagements. Mustered to join the traitors in their final assault of Holy Terror, alongside the World Eaters, the Iron Warriors would assemble at the planet of Ulanor. The vanguard of the Siege of Terror, the Iron Warriors would attempt to corral their more feral allies. Despite their Primarch's skill at strategy, the Iron Warriors would be unable to break through the defenses of the Imperial Fists, and with the continual disregard for Perturabo's command, the Primarch would order his legion to retreat. The Siege of Terror would fail, with the War Master slain by the Emperor, signifying a bittersweet victory for the Loyalists. Yet despite their failure, the Iron Warriors would lure their nemesis, the 7th Legion, into one final trap. The Iron Cage, constructed by Perturabo, would serve as a final test to prove which legion would be known as superior. Upon the world of Sebastus IV, the Iron Cage would be designed to test Primarch Rogal Dorn's resilience and mastery of siege warfare. The Eternal Fortress would encompass 20 square miles of bunkers, minefields, traps, and trenches, designed to bleed the Imperial Fists, slowly and painfully. Accepting the open challenge to his legion, Rogal Dorn would lead his men into the trap. Both legions would nearly be annihilated during the stubborn Grudge War, and were it not for the intervention of the Ultramarines under the command of Rabute Guilliman, it is debatable as to which legion would narrowly be victorious. Once more denied the sating of his ego, Perturabo would turn to the ruinous powers to achieve his own apotheosis. Offering the salvaged gene seed of his enemies to the gods of chaos, Perturabo would ascend to become a demon prince of chaos, undivided. Detonating nucleonic stockpiles across Olympia, the Iron Warriors would deny the Ultramarines and Imperial Fists the satisfaction of victory. Now untethered from the Imperium's legacy, the Iron Warriors to this day still skulk the dark corners of the galaxy, willing to kill the subjects and warriors of his Imperium, should it bring even the slightest glint of satisfaction. A caustic and remorseless legion, the Iron Warriors would continually be embittered by the view that their legion would be treated with less favor than their counterparts. Growing jealous and paranoid even prior to the reunion with their Primarch, it cannot be said even by detractors of the Legion that the Iron Warriors had not been burdened by some of the Imperium's most difficult and dangerous campaigns. Yet the Iron Warriors are not beyond reproach with their refusal to vary their doctrines of war or variants of their stratagems. Convinced that the Primarch Rogel Dawn had sown the seeds for uprisal upon their homeworld of Olympia, the Iron Warriors' rivalry with their most akin legion would in their own minds be validated. Believing themselves to be the misused, abused, and yet revered titans alike to ancient Terran legend, the Iron Warriors pillage and massacre those unfortunate enough to stand in their path. Though not zealous in their devotion to the ruinous powers, the Iron Warriors nonetheless bend the knee to such malevolent beings, venerating their Primarch despite his cruel treatment of their ranks, and opposing the Emperor for his own treatment of the Legion. The Fourth are beyond redemption. Conducting battle with heavy bombardments of artillery and heavy weapons, the Iron Warriors target high-value targets with surprising complexity. Working well with traitor Titan Legios, the close ties of the Iron Warriors with the Dark Mechanicum accentuate their proclivity for armored vehicle deployments and siege warfare. Optimizing maximum firepower with minimal troop deployments, the Iron Warriors excel at keeping their units well rested and ready to deploy, able to allow superior firepower and focus. Initiating wars with nuclear, viral, and chemical warfare, the Iron Warriors attempt to force surrenders of their opposition before even deploying their ground forces. Piloting gunships, bombercraft, and fighters, the Iron Warriors dominate with aerial superiority before raiding enemy emplacements. Experts at demoralizing their enemies, the Iron Warriors' attempts to overwhelm their adversaries do not always succeed. In such instances, the Fourth Legion conduct covert operations to ascertain intel and launch surprise assaults to cripple enemy strongholds. Fortifying their assaults with bulk freighters, heavy vehicles, prefabricated fortifications, and construction personnel, the Iron Warriors construct miniature fortresses and battle lines to support their initial assaults. Once defensive positions are built, the Iron Warriors deploy via drop pods to lay waste to any opposition still entrenched upon the battlefield. Within the ranks of the Fourth Legion, there exist titles for the most venerated and specialized of the sons of Perturabo. Prior to the Horus Heresy, the Primarch of the Iron Warriors would create the Trident, an assemblage of his so-called Triarchs. These singular warriors within his legion would act as the Lord of Iron's advisors and embodiment of the Legion's character. The single most powerful Astartes of the Legion, the Triarchs would carry out the will and commands of their Primarch. Gifted with great charisma and physical strength, these examples of the Legion would be given no margin of error to carry out the will of their Primarch. For those who failed in their duties would be readily and regularly replaced by those within the Legion proven more worthy of the title. Each senior captain of the Legion would be referred to as Warsmith and lead the grand battalions of the Legion during the 31st millennium. With the Legion's downfall to the thrall of chaos, subsequent to the Horus Heresy, the title of Warsmith would be given only to those of the traitor Legion whom had ascended to become a Chaos Lord of one of the many warbands of the Fourth. For the fortress breakers of the Legion, they would be named Tyrant Siege Terminators. Clad in Cataphracti Terminator armor plating and armed with deadly Cyclone missile launchers, these most battle-toughened warriors would brave the deadliest of engagements with no expectation to preserve their own lives. The Iron Havoc support squads would be formed of the Legion's elite heavy ordnance specialists. Targeting heavy armor vehicles, the Iron Havoc support squads would be peerless marksmen, capable of striking the most vulnerable of armor weak points with pinpoint accuracy. The Iron Circle would be formed after the treacherous Battle of Fahl. Comprised of 6 Colossus-class battle automata, the Iron Circle would act as the personal bodyguards and honor guard of the Lord of Iron. Unthinking and of unyielding loyalty, the Iron Circle would prevent the enemies of the Iron Warriors from harming their master. And finally, the Stor Bezashk would be the title given to the siege masters of the Legion. Artillery and heavy ordnance specialists, the Stor Bezashk would craft the potent breach charges utilized by the Legion's siege works and breach their enemies' most vulnerable defenses. Yet as the millennia have waxed and waned with the fall of the Legion, these titles are rare within the disparate and uncoordinated warbands of the Legion. Once comprised of 1,000 Astartes, the remnants of the Grand Companies vary greatly in number. With 12 Grand Battalions collated by historians during the Horus Heresy, each containing several Grand Companies, it is unknowable how many remain during the Era Indomitus. Led by the Chaos Lords and champions of the Legion, the warbands of the Iron Warriors roam the galaxy to pursue their glories and campaigns. The Iron Warriors, though followers of Chaos Undivided, are disgusted by the appearance of any mutations within their ranks. Replacing their disfigured limbs with cybernetic prosthetics, the extensive combinations of their synthetic augmentations further remove the Legion from their humanity. Often clad in the Mark III Iron and Mark IV Maximus designs of power armor, the Legion's preference for heavy plating remains evident. Whilst not as mobile or flexible as other armor designs, the Iron Warriors eschew these qualities in favor of their tactics of attritional, grinding warfare. Wired directly into their power armor and weapons, the Iron Warriors are literal living weapons. Merging with their twisted machine spirits, the 4th Legion Astartes are further changed by the rampant technoviruses and transformations wrought by their assimilation with the machine. Enslaving powerful warp entities into demon engines, the Iron Warriors further prey on the minds of their foes by adorning their armor with spikes, chains, horns, and gory trappings. Their once silvered armor trimmed with gold, now replaced with deep metallic hues marked with yellow and black industrial stripes. Caring little for individual honors or embellishments, the Iron Warriors are uniform in their devotion to the simple barbarism of their creed. Their once proud icon of their Legion, the Iron Mask of a machine skull, now updated with the iconography of their Legion, now adorning the 8-pointed Star of Chaos. The yellow and black construction chevrons, often the only clear identifier to all of the subjects of the Imperium, of the presence of the Fourth. Recruitment within the Legion has undergone many changes since the origins of the Fourth. Once drafted of Terran and Olympian Astartes, the Lord of Iron would see no difference between his men, for they were his Iron Warriors, and they would all serve the same purpose in his name. Their homeworld during the Great Crusade, Olympia, the primary recruitment ground for the Legion, its vast mountain ranges and rugged terrain would further influence the Legion's adoption of siege warfare. Yet with Olympia's destruction at their own hands by command of their Primarch, the Iron Warriors would seek a new world to claim as their own. Within the Eye of Terror, the Iron Warriors would seize the planet of Medrengard. Orbiting a vast black sun, the forests of the planet's surface would be the base of a vast arrangement of towers. The core of the planet mined and transformed into dungeons. Alike to a vast jail, Medrengard would house countless slave laborers under the watchful eye of their jailers, high upon the fortress towers of the planet. This demon world, comprised of labyrinths and oubliettes, would prove impossible to escape for its unfortunate prisoners. The seat of power for the now ascended demon prince, Perturabo, the insane architecture of the world mirrors the Lord of Iron's own madness. Acting as a base of operations for the Iron Warriors, the 4th Legion draws recruits from the planet whom survive their many grueling ordeals. Transplanted with stolen and corrupted gene seed of various loyalist chapters, the mutations of the warriors whom undergo the procedure would be permissible for the increase to the subject's problem-solving mental acuity and strength. Known as half-breeds, these newly created Iron Warriors are treated with disdain and hatred by their battle brothers as a necessary blemish on their honor. The veterans of the Legion, now tens of thousands of years old, use these young Astartes as fodder for the front lines whenever possible. Their loyalty to their Primarch beyond reproach, the Iron Warriors seek to one day rise once more to destroy the Imperium's most prized bastions. And with the end of Abaddon the Despoiler's cursed 13th Black Crusade and the destruction of Cadia, the Iron Warriors once again march to war. Aided by the Dark Mechanicum, the 4th Legion continues to construct deadly weapons of war made for the sole purpose of destroying humanity's most venerated seats of power. Led once more by the Lord of Iron, his Imperium braces itself for the wars to come. For there are few foes more durable, relentless, and imbued with sheer destructive force than the Iron Warriors.
We fight the long war, not through vain notions of duty and honor, but through a far purer purpose: hatred. At the height of our glory, we were betrayed and cast out by our kin. Guilliman, Dawn, Sanguinius, these are names I curse. Horus, Perturabo, Angron, these are names I revere. Names I would follow to the very end. It is this hatred that has sustained me through the long millennia. I tend it with bitterness. I nurture it with the deaths of my former brothers. For I know that when the end is upon us and Horus is returned, then the false Emperor shall be cast down from his sepulchral golden throne, and we shall take our rightful place at the side of Horus, the true Emperor of mankind. Surprise is an insubstantial blade, a sword worthless in a war. It breaks when troops rally. It snaps when commanders hold the line. But fear never fades. Fear is a blade that sharpens with use. So let the enemy know we come. Let their fears defeat them as everything falls dark. As the world's sun sets, as the city is reaved in its final night, let 10,000 howls premise 10,000 claws. The Night Lords are coming, and no soul that stands against us shall see another dawn. Of the founding legions of the Adeptus Astartes, many have cited the relative ease that some were corrupted by the law of chaos. For whilst there are legions whose resolve and loyalty are without question, there are those who have always been regarded by their peers as unstable, or in some cases, even inherently malevolent. As such, today we shall elucidate the history of one such legion who arguably had fallen well before the betrayal of the Horus heresy. The brutal killers of Nostramo, the Night Lords. Formed on holy terror from the dregs of humanity from within the linked prison sinks, the condemned of the underground ruins of terror would live in unending darkness. Starved of food, gutting one another, and delving into the pits of madness, these depraved survivors of the worst of terror's circumstance would hone their skills of murder and backstabbing. Children would be born from the madness, cradled in bloodshed, fear, and the ever-present embrace of death. These Knights' children would grow to be more savage than even the adult populace. Their ashen, light-deprived features striking a clear contrast with the more noble Astartes aspirants of their contemporaries. Used to suppress revolt and rebellion amongst the Terran populace, the Eighth would be tasked with only the most cruel of tactics to enforce compliance to the Imperium. For those who sinned in their efforts to devolve back into the habits of Old Night, the 8th Legion would bring merciless retribution. Culling the march of 10 million, the side-breeding of the court of Antaeus, and the atrocities caused by the Saragorn Enclave, the 8th Legion would enact their obsession to purge the sinful, with which the Knight's children had been raised to endure since their birth. There would be no innocence, no excuse, only rivers of blood. No grey areas, only black and white judgment. Disgusted by their own existence, the fledgling 8th Legion would seek to slay every monster of the galaxy as absolution for their own degeneracy. Yet the Legion would soon be reunited with their Primarch, and their quest for exculpation would be further tested. The Emperor of Mankind would never see the potential of his gene-son, Konrad Curze, fulfilled with his providence squandered upon the world of Nostromo. The sunless hive world would be characterized by its rampant crime, suffering, and corruption. Rich in adamantium ore deposits, the wealthy would lord over the populace, whilst growing fat as pollution spewed from the mines and factories of the planet. Under the watchful eyes of the planet's iron overseers, sons of toil and hands of Corrugado, the gangs of Nostromo would give fealty to the barons, counts, and other noble lords of the planet in exchange for the authority to enact their twisted justice. With Konrad Curze's gestation capsule landing on Nostromo Quintus, the capsule would burrow into the heart of the planet and stop near the world's unstable core. Destroying the adamantium deposits during the descent, the Primarch would be sealed within the scarred rend of surface. Though it is unclear as to how the infant Primarch would escape his tomb, Curze would survive his journey to the surface. Living amongst the sprawling spires of Nostromo Quintus, the being whom would be known as the Night Haunter would skulk the darkness until growing in stature. Committing many atrocities amongst the populace, martial law would be enacted on Nostromo's hive cities to protect its citizenry. Yet the Night Haunter would diminish the crime rate of the planet to nothing within a year. The Nostromans would not dare to leave their homes after the self-imposed curfew, with even mothers of their children warning their progeny of the being that skulked the streets. Poised to rule the planet by sheer surrender of their rights in exchange for safety, the new dictator of Nostromo would oversee the planet's new order to burgeon prosperity, fairness, and honesty. Yet with the arrival of the Emperor of Mankind, during 896.M30, Nostromo's fortunes would turn sour. Submitting to the Emperor, Curze would accept his duty to lead the 8th Legion. Studying the tactics and doctrines of the Adeptus Astartes under the tutelage of his brother Primarch, Fulgrim, Curze would lead his newly renamed legion, the Night Lords. Akin to the witch hunters of ancient Terra, the Night Lords would purge the galaxy of enemies foolish enough to stand against the Imperial Creed. Highly effective in their methods of waging war, their drastic and cruel tactics, whilst decried by the other legions, would see to the rapid compliance of worlds with minimal casualties. Bringing rebellious planets into line with the mere mention of the 8th's deployment, no other legion would come close to instilling such boundless fear within the minds of the enemies of the Imperium. With Curze's departure from Nostromo, his recruits from the world would soon be tainted with the dissolution of the planet's laws. For with no Night Haunter to hound them, the Nostromans would devolve back into cruelty and lawlessness, to which the new Astartes recruits would be derived from little more than gutter rats. With such recruits' adoption into the Legion, its turn to more noble prospects would be distorted and corrupted. Despising his own gene-sons, Curze would be discontent with his new life, seemingly doomed to fail. No matter his struggle or intent, the Night Lords would never be alike to his brother's legions. They were murderers, first, last, and always. And for Curze more than any, he would see portents of the future. Visions of endless darkness, suffering, and madness. Revered as the most petty of all the legions, the Night Lords would willingly soak their hands in the blood of entire planets without qualm. Enacting exterminatus on many worlds, the atrocities enacted in the name of the 8th would continue to cement their downward spiral of betrayal. Returning to their homeworld during 984.M30, the Night Lords would observe Nostromo to have once more become a pit of criminality. Firing the Night Lords' fleet's lance batteries into the core of the planet, Nostromo would be torn apart, and in doing so, untether the 8th Legion from their ties to the Imperium. an act of defiance so grave, the Emperor would recall the Night Lords to Holy Terra and their Primarch to answer for his crimes. Believing his actions to fall in line with the Emperor's own methods of waging war, the embittered Primarch would be castigated for the destruction of his homeworld. The Imperium would punish the Night Lords by refusing to ship supplies to sectors held by the 8th Legion and banish them to the vanguard of the Great Crusade. And though their penance would be complete with the dawn of the 31st millennium, the Night Lords' memory would be found resentful of their treatment and align them with a new power growing within the galaxy. For with the rise of the corrupted War Master, Horus Lupercal, and the betrayal of the legions of the Emperor's children, World Eaters, Death Guard, and Sons of Horus, the Night Lords would see an opportunity. A chance to seek retribution against the Imperium, the Emperor, and all whom it slighted and repressed their nature. The beginning of the civil war known as the Horus Heresy. Already at odds with the Imperium, the Night Lords would need little encouragement to rebel. Joining the traitorous betrayal of the Istvan V Dropside massacre, Curze and his Night Lords would slaughter their loyalist brethren with glee as the might of the War Master's rebellion would swiftly destroy the first challenge to their wrath. With the ever-increasing madness of their Primarch, the 8th Legion would begin to doubt their actions, yet stand unified against their hated foes. Enacting the Framas Crusade without the supervision of Curze, the Night Lords would seek to challenge the Dark Angel's Legion to test their pride. Yet within the Legion of the Night Lords, the fate of their Primarch would be split. Some wished him to regain the splendor of his past, whilst others plotted to see him descend further into madness. Unable to match the Dark Angels due to their inability to contest their discipline, the Night Lords would begin to fragment as the Framas Crusade waged on. Retreating from the Framas sector, the Night Lords would lose contact with their Primarch and be split into warbands of varying sizes. Though some warbands aided the War Master during the Siege of Terra, it would not be sufficient enough to conquer the indomitable defenders of the Imperial Palace. Retreating to the eastern fringes of the galaxy, the Night Lords would turn on themselves in a power struggle to replace their absent Primarch. Unwilling to accept or acknowledge the flaws within themselves as the cause of their misfortune, the Night Lords would continue to lay their path to damnation. With the Night Haunter discovered within a jettisoned sarcophagus by the salvage ship, the Sheldrun, Curze would manage to return to the planet that had decided the fate of the Framas Crusade, Sagwalza. Rejoining his sons, Konrad Curze would not live long enough to reform his broken legion. For a Calidus assassin, Meshen would infiltrate the Night Lord's fortress housing the Primarch, and with his blessing, slay the Night Haunter. For Curze had been tormented with visions of the future for centuries, and had seen his death many times by the assassin's hand. As a defiant martyrdom against the Emperor, Curze would relish his death and accept it without qualm. Demanding that his sons would not seek reprisal from the assassin, his last wish would be ignored, for soon after, Meshen would also be slain. The Night Lords would further splinter into feuding warbands and relocate to the Eye of Terror. Deteriorating as the millennia passed, the Night Lords are now merely a shadow of their former strength. Hired as mercenaries and pirates by more powerful and prevalent warbands, the Night Lords also aid in the prolonged wars waged by the War Master, Abaddon the Despoiler, and his Black Crusades. Renewed with purpose with the expanse of the Great Rift during the Era Indomitus, the Night Lords prey on the worlds of the Imperium, cut off from the Emperor's light. Raiding fortress monasteries, gene seed banks, and munitions depots, the Night Lords are rebuilding their legion, piece by arduous piece. The screams of their victims heralding the sickening rebirth of the damned 8th Legion. Despite their unassuming and disorganized origins, the Night Lords in their prime employed a variety of specialists and elite squadrons within their ranks. The Chiroptera would advise their Primarch as confidants and counselors. Consisting of the Night Haunter's most trusted lieutenants,
the Chiroptera would function independent of the Legion's wider command structure, yet temper the Legion's decisions and doctrines. The Atramentar comprised the most elite members of the Legion into their first company, personally selected by Konrad Curze. Originally led by First Captain Jago Sevatarian, the Atramentar would be decked in Terminator armor and wreak havoc as a unified force. Noted for their cruelty and ferocity, with the dissolution of the Legion, so too would the elite First Company fragment, with its members forming their own warbands or serving as bodyguards of their patron Chaos Lords. The Contikar would mete out shock trooper deployments against their enemies, sowing despair, terror, and panic amongst their enemies. Formed of the most savage murderers and butchers of the Legion, the Contikar would gain a reputation during the Great Crusade as the most effective means of demoralizing non-compliant worlds. Burning agriculture, toppling infrastructure, and demolishing the very foundations of societies, the Contikar would be commanded by only their Primarch and First Captain due to their severe methods. The Legion's terror squads would be formed of those willing to brutalize their enemies using torture, mutilation, and flaying. The dispassionate souls of the terror squads would enact their cruelly imaginative arts upon their enemies that are now too unspeakable to detail. Unstable and unsubtle, the members of the terror squads would be outcasts even within their own Legion, often marked for death and serving as penance for their depraved crimes. And finally, the Night Raptors would specialize in massacres initiated by aerial assault. So potent would their assaults be, the Raptors would serve as the example for all Chaos Space Marine Raptor assault troops to follow, regardless of their gene origins or lineage. Led by their Talon Master, their Lightning Claws or Unguis Raptus would be so efficient in meting out slaughter during the Great Crusade, their reputation would be unnerving yet unparalleled in its efficacy. Utilizing close-quarters melee weapons and jump packs, the Raptors would conduct raids of overwhelming might and speed in order to decimate their foes. The gangs of Nostromo would heavily influence the hierarchy of the Legion. Following the examples of Astartes legions that had gone before, the Night Lords would field a variety of units for each squad deployed. Breacher siege squads would be rare within the 8th, due to their tactics being broadly uncharacteristic for the Legion's preference for war. Designated simply as claws, which would contain talons, each claw would be given a numbered signifier or honorific to denote rank. Each claw would comprise of anywhere between 100 to 1,000 Astartes during the Great Crusade. Companies' monikers would be divined usually by its commanding officer, with some examples being the Shattered Skull, the Crimson Judges, and the Scions of the Bloody Claw. Highly malleable in their command structure, the 8th Legion would hold to the outlining of chapter and battalion sizes loosely, allowing for autonomous and highly self-sufficient formations to function with little oversight. Overall command would fall to the Dark King, Konrad Curze, yet his Gene Son's loyalty would be continually strained. Resentment would grow within the Legion, with the elite Chiroptera dispensing justice and leading by their Primarch's example in his absence, followed by the elite First Company, the Atramentar, and then the captains of each company. The Night Lords would serve begrudgingly under the watchful eye of their senior officers. Disparate ranks would also arise due to necessity, such as captains who would command several companies at once. These stalwarts of the Legion would be known as commanders, master regents, or other such haughty titles. Yet should any weakness or opportunity for mutiny present itself, those below them would scheme to overthrow their masters. With some master regents commanding several captains, some would be undermined by captains whom served as members of the Chiroptera, creating power struggles within the senior ranks. Many captains would bear monikers regaling their deeds prior to the Legion, with titles such as Sightless Revenant, Painted Count, and the Bloodless, usually serving as ironic insults that undermined their senior officers' authority. Numbering in estimates of 90,000 to 120,000 Astartes during the Great Crusade, their rapid psycho-conditioning, hastened gene seed implantation, and subjugation of worlds allowed for quick assimilation
for aspirants to join the Legion. Experts in sowing fear into the minds of their enemies, the Night Lords target communications in order to broadcast the screams of their victims to those who elude their grasp. Records exist of prolonged transmissions of screaming aimed to rupture the eardrums of enemy opposition, allowing for swift slaughter upon the deafened and distraught enemies of the 8th. Unwilling to face their enemies on a fair footing, it is uncommon for the Night Lords to combat enemies which they cannot crush with overwhelming force or a decisive victory. Giving no mercy to their enemies, woe betide any whom should cross their path with numbers unable to face them. The Night Lords only take prisoners in order to please their lust for mutilation and hold no beliefs of a higher order nor morality to their actions. Absent of honor, ethics, or a need to better themselves, the Night Lords, even during their time serving the Great Crusade, would bring compliance with no code for their new subjects to follow, with exception for the subjects of each world to escape their wrath. Similar to the Raven Guard, with their affinity to use stealth to ambush their enemies, the Night Lords bear similarity to stalking predators. Shockingly brutal in their strikes, the Night Lords are masters of nurturing confusion and chaos amongst their enemies' ranks. The flayed bodies of the fallen, markers for their encroachment into enemy lines and reminders of the fates that should befall any who dare to survive their initial onslaught. Relatively unchanged by the reunion of their Primarch, Konrad Curze, the 8th Legion would adopt gallows humor and snide remarks against authority, which would see them distanced from the more noble legions of the Adeptus Astartes. Fatalistic and adapting gang customs from the Legion's homeworld of Nostramo, Astartes marked for death would have their gauntlets painted red to show them as living on borrowed time. Punishment would be rife within the Legion, with the introduction of its Nostraman customs and Astartes. The Terran-born Astartes of the Legion would swiftly integrate with their peers due to their shared heritage of darkness and struggle. Yet despite this, rivalries would be rife within the Legion, as the 8th would be nothing if not prideful. Titles either from aristocratic or gang-related pasts would be called into question, and infighting would be rampant. The macabre flayed skins of their enemies adorning their armor and vehicles as symbols of what would befall those who would dare stand in their path. Despite their actions, the gene seed of the Night Lords would in its initial stages prove to be incredibly incorruptible. With their fall to chaos, the Night Lords would be the most reliable in their resistance of warp mutations, and as a majority reject the law of the ruinous powers. Inheriting much of their paranoia and sadism from the example of their Primarch, the Night Lords would devolve from a promisingly pure legion into one of the most depraved amongst the initial founding. More renegades than chaos corrupted, the Night Lords scavenge and scrounge for the means to survive. Employing slaves and pilfering armor and technologies from loyalist marines, the Night Lords are aimless in comparison to their chaos-aligned brethren. Yet it is almost unsurprising that the 8th Legion would be poised to fall from grace with their origins and appearance combined. Their pale skin and jet-black pupils striking fear into any Imperial citizen, the Night Lords would be adapted to living within the uncaring darkness of Nostramo and beyond. Able to see within the most pitch of darkness, the Night Lord's name is not given lightly due to their uncanny ability to see infrared with their so-called prey sight. Able to emit deafeningly loud shrieks to overwhelm their victims, the Night Lords, though disdainful of employing demons or warp-sworn entities to do their bidding, can become almost indistinguishable to such beings to the eyes and ears of a terrified victim. Venerating symbols of death with their inception to the Imperium, the Night Lords have always harnessed the raw strength inherent with the trappings of fear, misery, and suffering. Their armor embellished with fanged skulls, bat wings, and glowing red eyes, the murderers of Nostramo would care not for their reputation and infamy within the wider Imperium. In midnight clad, the Legion would employ lightning streaks upon their armor and embolden their sinister image with human bones and skull designs on their faceplates. Their use of splayed rib cages, femurs, skulls, and bone meal Laying their sinister designs bare to the universe, the Night Lords have never shied away from their origins of cannibalism, murder, and ruthless endurance. Believing the victims of their slaughter to imbue their bones, only the totems of their most terrified of victims adorn their armor. Yet despite their seeming affinity and trappings bearing similarity to the ruinous powers, the Night Lords show great disgust and disdain for the gods of chaos, and as such, in the majority of cases, deny and abhor their gifts and allegiance. Since their fall from grace, their scavenging has expunged their unified markings and armor patterns due to the necessity to keep their equipment in working order. Mismatched and uncanny compared to Loyalist or even Chaos-aligned Astartes, the Night Lords roam the galaxy as nomadic and bitter warbands. Bereft of their gene father, Legion ideals, and a cause to rally behind, the 8th Legion survive on the scraps of a careless galaxy with little more than a primal need to survive. Regarded as some of the most terrible and feared traitors roaming the galaxy, the Night Lords prey on the weak and enact their despicable acts of sadism to those unfortunate enough to stand in their way. Bearing no allegiance to any of the forces of chaos, the Night Lords act as mercenaries to any whom will pay for their skill at arms. Motivated by bloodlust, wealth, and a need to kill, only the most foolish of men or warp-spawned beasts would ally with such cutthroats. For the sons of Conrad Kurz have maimed countless warriors, innocents, and machinations of the warp for centuries. And when they come for you, it would be advisable to hide. My sons, the galaxy is burning. We all bear witness to a final truth. Our way is not the way of the Imperium. You have never stood in the Emperor's light, never worn the Imperial Eagle, and you never will. You shall stand in midnight clad, your claws forever red with the lifeblood of my father's failed empire, warring through the centuries as the talons of a murdered god. Rise, my sons, and take your wrath across the stars in my name. In my memory, rise, my Night Lords. This has been a tale of the great Imperium of Man, read by the Remembrancer. The Night Lords have always been amongst tainted stock of the Astartes, necessary tools to fulfill the conquest of the Emperor, fit only to be put down now that they have bitten the hand that feeds. Yet in our next transmission, we shall elucidate the noble mirror to the Night Lords, the masked in shadow, yet loyal and noble Astartes, the Raven Guard. Tell me why, father? Why stand with the arch-traitor? I do not stand with Horus. I stand against the Emperor. Do you understand, Koragar? I am free now. Free. The founding legions of the Adeptus Astartes served as the first unified examples of the Emperor's conquest of the galaxy. Each legion revered for their battle prowess and skill at arms. And whilst there are some legions who are renowned as duelists, there is only one regarded not for their finesse, but butchery. A damned legion now under the thrall of the ruinous powers, that delights in the spilling of blood and screams of the dying. The 12th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the World Eaters. Unlike their brethren of the first foundings of Holy Terror, the 12th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes would not recruit from a specific region of the Throne World. Speculated to draft its members from only the most aggressive of potential candidates, all that can be confirmed is that the Legion's initial victories would be characterized by their savagery. Deployed during the Sa'Afric Liberation during the Unification Wars, The 12th Legion would shortly after be held in reserve for the remainder of the unification of Terra and conquest of the Sol system. Whether to reduce civilian casualties of war, a need to keep reinforcements to support other legions, or to be quickly deployable should the need to quell disloyal elements within the Imperium, is unknown. Their hunger for war and dedication to the Emperor unquestionable, they would be dubbed the Warhounds by the Master of Mankind. A title which the 12th Legion would bear with pride, adopting the Red Hound as their sigil in his honor. With the majority of the Space Marine legions deployed within expedition fleets during the early stages of the Great Crusade, the Warhounds would be sent to quell the insurrections at the colony rebellion of Cerberus. Sent personally by the Emperor, the Warhounds would unleash his wrath and take no prisoners in the persecution of the colony. The Imperial Army detachment sent alongside them would be shocked at their merciless butchery of the populace and report massive casualties to be incurred on both sides of the engagement. Thereafter split into independent companies, thousands of Astartes strong in number, the Warhounds would be held in reserve to assist Crusade forces and other Astartes, such as the 1st Legion, Iron Warriors, and Space Wolves, in their efforts to bring planets into compliance. Garnering a reputation as near feral shock troopers whom would turn the tide at the bloodiest engagements, with slaughter, victorious or otherwise, the constant outcome. With the Warhound service during the Great Crusade, reports would indicate their willingness to turn on their allies, culling entire human regiments as a result of their performance in battle. Such reports would be difficult to verify due to the Legion's deliberate distancing from other Astartes legions. Consolidating their forces into the 13th Expeditionary Fleet, the Warhounds would add additional Imperial forces to their fleet at the muster world of Bot. Comprising support elements of the most questionable of forces, the Warhounds would incorporate the Legio Audax Titans, Numen gun clans, and abhuman troops of feral worlds. The conduct of such forces making them distrusted by other fleets, the War Council would intentionally group such disparate forces to fight alongside the Warhounds, with the intention to create a force content with total annihilation in mind. Dubbed the Bloody 13th, the Expeditionary Fleet would serve with infamy as the single most remorseless and dispassionate consignment of the Imperium's might. Yet such a reputation would only grow bloodier with the discovery of the 12th Legion's Primarch, Angron. The Primarch of the 12th grew on the downtrodden yet technologically proficient planet of Nuceria. Ruled by an elite class of nobles, the young Primarch would be forced to fight as a gladiator for the nobles' entertainment. Facing cyber-enhanced warriors and winning his many bouts, the nobles would attempt to surgically and cybernetically enhance the enslaved Primarch. All attempts would fail, with the exception of one: the psychosurgical brain implantation of the accursed Butcher's Nails. Enhancing the Primarch's aggression to new heights, Angron would form a fellowship of gladiators to fight at his side and revolt against their oppressors, naming them the Eaters of Cities. Vastly outnumbered, the gladiators would fail in their attempt. His doomed band of warriors escaping the gladiatorial arena and retreating to the nearby mountains, they would be surrounded by 5 armies of the nobles' forces, outnumbering them 10 to 1. Yet fate would intervene, with the Emperor of Mankind watching his son's plights and intervening in his time of need. Offering Angron the chance to lead his legion as a general of his armies, Angron would refuse the Emperor's offer, resolving to die at the side of his gladiators. However, the Emperor would deny his son's wishes and teleport him to safety prior to the assault by the nobles' armies. Angron's followers would be massacred, scarring the Primarch of the 12th forevermore. Resentment to the Emperor now entrenched within his very being, Angron would soon after be transferred to a vessel containing his gene sons, the Warhounds. Uniquely amongst the Primarchs of the Imperium, Angron's unification with his legion would be marked with violence. Enraged due to the loss of his Nucerian followers, Angron would murder all officers of the Warhounds who attempted to speak with him, including the Legion Master, Gia.
with the captain of the 8th Company, Khan, being the only to survive his interaction with his Primarch. Forming a tenuous bond with his Genefather, Angron would assume command of his legion with Khan's introduction. Salute the one whose soldiers were named the Eaters of Cities, with Captain Driga remarking,
"Primarch, General, your warriors were eaters of cities, Lord, but with you to command us, the Warhounds will be the eaters of worlds."
World Eaters. World Eaters.
So shall you be, then, little brothers. Come with me, then, World Eaters.
Assuming command of his now renamed 12th Legion, Angron would muster his forces at the planet of Bot. Instructing his legion to incorporate his experiences as a gladiator into their battle doctrines, the Astartes would undergo duels within fighting pits. Earning their scars anew, the Terran traditions of the Legion would be erased, with any Space Marine unable to pass these new tests of metal dying in the process. The Legion would repaint their armor with the fanged Maw symbol of the World Eaters. Campaigning throughout the stars to aid in the Great Crusade, Angron would give his Legion a single Nucerian day to achieve victory in any engagement he would send them to persecute. This grueling 31-hour task a test the World Eaters would be eager to achieve in order to gain favor with their Primarch. Ordering his apothecaries to construct replicas of his Butcher's Nails implant, Angron would oversee the initial implantations of the devices amongst his Astartes. Proving fatal in their initial designs, Angron would be disgusted with the weakness of his Gene Sons and flee from his legion for 2 years until returning at the behest of Captain Khan. Unable to meet their Primarch's deadlines, the World Eaters would be punished for not achieving compliance of their goals. Ordering each Astartes of the Legion to form into groups of 10, one within each group would be killed by the other 9 to purge the weakest of their ranks. With Angron often spiraling into frenzied rages that would cost the lives of his men, the Legion's librarians would often subdue their Primarch from his bloodlusts. With the perfection of the Butcher's Nails design by Apothecary Garland Surlak, divisions within the Legion would be formed. Centurion Mago would lead a revolt against his Primarch, yet be slain. Unified once more, the implantations of the Butcher's Nails would begin. With the first successful implantation endured by Khan, the Legion would adopt the nails almost in their entirety. With the Legion's implantation of the nails, the demands of their Primarch would swiftly be achieved. Marked by the Genna massacre, the World Eaters would murder the entire planet's population within a single night. Now synonymous with annihilation, the mere mention of the Legion's deployment would be enough to bring worlds into compliance. Yet such wanton butchery would bring the ire of the other Astartes legions, with even Primarch of the Ultramarines, Rebute Guilliman, decrying the Legion's actions during the cleansing of Arigata. The Emperor of Mankind, upon hearing of the Butcher's Nail surgeries, would command Primarch of the Space Wolves, Leman Russ, to confront Angron and demand the removal of the nails within the World Eaters, resulting in a bloody confrontation between the 6th and 12th Legions. The stalemate would be ended with Russ giving the command to retreat from the engagement against his irredeemable brother. The Emperor would intervene personally and command Angron to travel to the northern fringes of the galaxy to combat the Xenos within. Though intended as a punishment, this action would allow the World Eaters to freely operate without the scrutiny of Imperial oversight. As such, the 12th Legion would not abandon their bloody practices or remove their implants. The Emperor would eventually recall the World Eaters to the human lines of the Great Crusade and order his favored son, Horus Lupercal, to oversee their conduct and mentor Angron in restraint. Yet with the corruption of the War Master by the ruinous powers, such a decision would prove to be a fatal error. Drawing his traitorous brethren to side against the Emperor, Horus Lupercal would have the least difficulty in convincing Angron. Already embittered to the Imperium and his Genefather,
Angron would be amongst the first to stand with the War Master. Purging the Legion of Loyalist elements during the Istvan III atrocity, the World Eaters would serve as the single-minded berserkers of the traitor forces. Fearless in their slaughter of the Imperium, the World Eaters would further aid the traitor war effort during the Dropside Massacre of Istvan V, Shadow Crusade, and Siege of Terra. With each engagement led by their Primarch, the World Eaters would instill terror into the hearts and minds of humans and Astartes alike. Their relentless charges and savagery only bolstered with Angron's ascension to a demon prince of the ruinous powers. The World Eaters would seek to emulate their gene father as devoted servants of the blood god, Khorne. Instrumental during the Siege of Terra, the World Eaters would be the first to breach the defenses of the Imperial Palace. Yet despite their fury, the traitors would be driven from Holy Terra with the defeat of the War Master, Horus Lupercal. Retreating into the Eye of Terror, Angron would command his remaining forces to separate into small warbands as they fled. Lacking in supplies, reliable leadership, and badly scarred from the siege, many World Eaters would be driven mad by the fullest extent of the Butcher's nails, such Astartes being culled from the Legion or crippled and interred within the chassis of dreadnoughts. The command structure of the World Eaters would collapse. During the Legion Wars, the 12th Legion would further deteriorate, fragmenting the Legion into smaller warbands which for 10 millennia still carved paths of slaughter across the expanse of space. Yet with the opening of the accursed Great Rift, the World Eaters have reformed into formations not seen since the Heresy. Commanded by both Kharn the Betrayer and the Demon Prince, Angron, the World Eaters have led blood crusades and invasions of Imperial strongholds throughout the galaxy. With Angron last seen during the invasion of the First War for Armageddon, the Khornite hosts strike suddenly and without relent across Imperial space. Despite Angron's banishment by the Grey Knights on the world of Armageddon, reports suggest his return to real space to be imminent. The Red Angel once more harrying the Imperium, only the most valiant and steadfast champions of humanity shall be able to face such a monolith of rage. The gene seed of the World Eaters is now mutated beyond all specifications outlined by the Imperium. Usable only to an extent by the Chaos Legion's Berserker surgeons, it is theorized by scholars of the Imperium that the World Eaters' gene seed had been corrupted from the Legion's inception, though others claim that the Warhounds were not damned from the start, and that their fall is solely the fault of their Primarch Angron and his Butcher's nails. All that can be asserted truthfully is that the 12th Legion's genetic makeup resulted in a primal need for violence and aggression, their bloodlust not entirely dependent on their nail-induced rage. Collared by strict codified disciplinary actions and structures, the Warhounds would restrain their bloodlust with the tempered chains of their commanding officers. Ascending the ranks by virtue of their strength, the officers of the Warhounds would be relied upon to mete out punishments which as such require the capability to best their lower-ranked brethren. With no value given to deeds outside of the battlefield, the 12th Legion would be commanded by only the mightiest champions of their legion. Cowards would be slain by their brothers for their weakness, and worse would befall the Legion's foes. Surrender of any type would be met with extermination of captured combatants, yet the Legion would make a sport of sending their prisoners of war to the dueling pits to die a warrior's death. Settling disagreements within the Legion solely through trial by combat, promotions would even be achieved by lower-ranked Astartes by besting their superiors. Invariably, the loser of such duels would be slain. Masters of every variety of hand-to-hand weaponry, the Legion would become synonymous with one weapon above all, the chain axe. Following the example of their Primarch, the World Eaters would delight in their preferred weapon's ability to shred their enemies into fragments and adorn their armor in spattering patterns of blood. Such a reputation would be gained of the chain axe that its use would spread to other legions. Imbuing their weapons with significance only in their ability to kill, once a weapon would break under the stresses of war, it would be discarded. Regarded as wasteful by the other legions of Astartes, the World Eaters would see broken weapons as portents of ill omens and rarely name their weapons or take steps to maintain them. With fighting pits sanctioned within the Legion by Angron, rituals would form around the Astartes' rules of engagement, allowing for such challenges to change into blood rites with the Legion's corruption by the ruinous powers. These rituals would easily transition into blood sport worships to their patron god, Khorne. Each opponent slain, a pleasing tribute to the foul being. The Astartes of the 12th bask in the glory of their slaughter with unabashed joy and devotion. Favoring close quarters combat, the World Eaters would only grow more bloodthirsty and savage with their reunion with their Primarch and eventual descent into chaos. Seeing minimal changes in command structure with their transition from Warhounds to World Eaters, the Legion would be comprised of several chapters known as echelons. Bolstering their melee strategies with support elements such as Terminator squadrons and Landspeeders, the 12th Legion heavily relied on drop pod assaults aimed at the heart of enemy defenses. Ripping and tearing their enemies from within, the World Eaters would deploy with seeming disregard for their own mortality or self-preservation. Relying on their heavily armoured transports, attrition would be the Legion's most practical and commonplace strategy. Though it is unknown to what extent the Legion's might was during the Great Crusade or Horus Heresy, estimates suggest the Legion's might to have peaked at 150,000 Astartes prior to the commencement of the atrocity of Isstvan III, with their numbers plummeting to 75,000 following the Legion's betrayal of its loyalist kin. Offsetting their losses in both lives and materials with the age of Forge worlds such as Sarum, most engagements would prevent the Astartes of the 12th Legion from achieving veterancy or battle-forged specialized formations. A notable exception being the Devourer bodyguards of the Primarch Angron, consisting of 12 battle-hardened and tested Astartes. Acceptance to join such a prestigious honor guard earned through ritual combat. The Butcher's Nails implants deteriorating the sanity and discipline of the Legion, the organized formations of the World Eaters would become impractical and superfluous. With even the Legion's Librarius disintegrating due to the Nails' incompatibility with the Psykers of the Legion, due to overpowering their surges of power or causing brain embolisms. Refusing to undergo the fatal procedure, the remaining Librarians of the Legion would be shunned by their battle brothers, but nonetheless still serve the Legion unfettered by the Emperor's decree of the Edict of Nicaea. The final remnants of the Legion's Librarians perishing in their attempt to prevent their Primarch from transforming into a demon prince of the ruinous powers. The remainder of the Legion's voluntary implantation of the Nails, bringing them closer to their Primarch as an act of sharing his burden. The Astartes would increase their pain tolerance and aggression in equal measure. Though each individual Space Marine would experience the Nails' effects to different degrees, all would nonetheless share their mutual self-destruction. Continuing this trend of continual decay, the Legion would not survive the Horus Heresy unscathed. Broken into independent warbands, the World Eaters operate under the command of their respective Chaos Lords. Such notable warbands including the Butcher Horde, Skull Takers, Gladiator Group 138, and the Gore Hunters. Due to the Legion's storied history of enormous fatalities, the World Eaters have always employed methods to keep recruitment a constant, no matter their fighting capabilities. Recruiting from huge varieties of worlds, World Eater Astartes are often drafted from feral and feudal worlds, with only the Ultramarines Legion comparable in their diversity of warriors spanning from many worlds of the galaxy. Prior to the Horus Heresy, Primarch Angron would donate his own genetic material to his Legion's apothecaries and personally screen aspirants of the Legion in order to streamline gene seed implantation and grafting of organs. Primarily trained on the muster world of Bot, World Eater recruits would undergo live fire exercises and training before being dispatched to the Legion's expedition fleets. Due to recruitment from disparate worlds, the Legion would devise a derivative second language of Gothic to facilitate communication within the Legion, combining 36 native languages within the Legion's ranks. This so-called bastardized tongue
would be widespread within the World Eaters and prove crucial to aid in commanding the ragtag warriors of the 12th. Collaborating with the Word Bearers Legion to engineer biovat-grown warriors, the Apothecaries of the 12th Legion would create abominable warriors at a rapid pace. Creatures of pure rage, instilled with the perception of surviving endless wars. The surplus of warriors would prove useful with the Legion's commitment to the traitor war effort. However, with time and their defeat fighting the Loyalists of Terra, the World Eaters would struggle to replenish their numbers. Bot would be annihilated at the hands of Ironhand Ironfather or Tech Moore, leading to World Eater Berserker surgeons relying on transforming captured Loyalist Space Marines and Chaos Warband Astartes to replenish their losses. Though not all warbands of the World Eaters possess the knowledge or skill to replenish their casualties.
The Emperor needed a weapon that would never obey its own desires before those of the Imperium. He needed a weapon that would never bite the hand that feeds. The World Eaters were not that weapon. We've all drawn blades purely for the sake of shedding blood. And we've all felt the exaltation of winning a war that never even needed to happen. We are not the tame, reliable pets that the Emperor wanted. The wolves obey when we would not. The wolves can be trusted when we never could. They have discipline we lack, because their passions are not aflame with the butcher's nails buzzing in the back of their skulls. The wolves will always come to heel when called. In that regard, it is a mystery why they name themselves wolves. They are tame, collared by the Emperor, obeying his every whim. But a wolf doesn't behave that way, only a dog does. That is why we are the Eaters of Worlds and the Warhounds. No longer.
Say what you like about the 14th Legion. They are mean, ugly bastards, but tenacious. There's no one I'd rather have by my side in a war of attrition, and almost anyone else I'd rather have against me. The Legiones Astartes would bear many burdens and struggles during their years of service to the Imperium. Armed with the deadliest of weapons and clad in the most durable of armor, the Space Marines of the Imperium would endure wounds and pains aplenty in their many wars waged across the stars. Yet every sentient being can only bear so much suffering before succumbing to the embrace of madness, death, or a fate far worse. For today, we shall elucidate the relentless, unfeeling carrions of disease, corruption, and pestilence. The 14th Legion of the traitor Astartes. The Death Guard. The Master of Mankind would seek to unite humanity under the rule of his new, singular vision. The Age of Strife would leave humanity's tattered fragments strewn across the stars, leaderless and without the hope of a brighter future. Holy Terror had become a husk of its former glory, as techno-barbarians pillaged and scavenged a meager existence upon the origin of human endeavor. Yet with the ascension of the Emperor, a burgeoning Imperium would be built. Upon the scattered foundation of Terra, a new breed of warriors would be born to subjugate and cleanse the galaxy, to fulfill the Emperor's vision. The Unification Wars of Terra would see many aspirant Astartes drafted into the legions of the Angels of Death, with one such legion, the 14th, known then as the Dusk Raiders. Drawn from the war tribes of Old Albia, neophytes would be installed within the 14th as well as 8th and 10th Legions. Once a true rival to the Emperor's own armies, Old Albia had relented to join the Imperium and would gift its most promising sons to join the armies of the Legiones Astartes. Relentless warriors and science-minded tacticians would be the hallmark of the Sons of Old Albia, as its technologies such as proto-dreadnoughts would be adopted into the fold. The most zealous supporters of the Emperor's vision, the legacy of Old Albia, would be carried forth into the burgeoning Imperium
by their transhuman sons. The 14th Legion would be characterized by stoicism, as heavy infantry adept at survival and endurance. Fervent to their cause and gifted unshakable discipline, the Dusk Raiders of Terra would drown their opposition in waves of ceramite-clad warriors. Experts at close combat engagements, the inheritors of the Ironsiders of Old Albia would paint their right armor plating deep crimson to signify the dried blood of their foes. The red right hand of the Emperor, the Dusk Raiders would strike at night and maximize the encroaching darkness to conceal their advance across the battlefield. Relentless, yet honorable combatants, the 14th Legion would accept the surrender of their foes as they cowered before them. Embarking upon the expanse of the Imperium across the galaxy, it would be many years before the orphaned Legion would be reunited with their Gene Father. For such an occasion would see to the erosion of their glory and their inevitable downfall. Mortarion, Lord of the 14th Legion, would be spirited to the planet of Barbarus with the scattering of the Primarchs. A poisonous death world inhabited by downtrodden human settlements would be ruled by malevolent necromancers. The Xenos overlords would enslave and slaughter the humans as the toilers of the nutrient-starved soil attempted to eke out a humble existence. Upon the battle-scarred wastes of two rival necromancer overlords, the child of the Emperor would be discovered. Observing the child's resistance to the noxious atmosphere as it lay among the corpses of the fallen, the tyrant of Barbarus, Nekar, would adopt the wailing child. Isolating the young Primarch within a tower of his fortress, he would name him Mortarion, the Child of Death. Smothered in the poison smog of the Overlord's fortress, Mortarion would be tested to his limit to endure the air's toxins and be mentored by Nekar. As Nekar sought to train the boy to inherit the mantle of rulership of Barbarus, Mortarion would with time escape his confinement and meet with the human populace of his foster world. Felling a rival necromancer overlord during its harrying of a small human settlement, Mortarion would recognize his duty to preserve his human charges and begin his great task of destroying the necromancers of Barbarus. Forming his so-called Death Guard, Mortarion and his men would fell each and every tyrannical Xenos of his world, ridding them of their undead armies and strongholds across the plains of the planet. Yet one final overlord would remain: Nekar. Despite Mortarion's advancements made in creating suits to endure the poison fog of the planet, none would be capable of enduring the harsh atmosphere of Nekar's fortress. However, as their quest to emancipate Barbarus from oppression would stall, a stranger would appear within the Death Guard settlement. Offering aid, the hooded stranger would offer Mortarion a choice. End the tyranny of Nekar, and the stranger shall leave Barbarus and allow Mortarion to rule in his stead, or accept the aid of the stranger, and with the death of his foster father's rule, Mortarion shall pledge loyalty to the stranger. Accepting the bargain, Mortarion would venture alone to end his foster father's reign. Bitter at the insinuation that he would require aid in ending the oppression of his people, Mortarion would scale Nekar's fortress, yet succumb to the noxious fumes, collapsing from entering the stronghold's gates. Nekar would leave the safety of his bastion and gloat at the failure of his protégé. Seemingly fated to die, Mortarion would watch helplessly as Nekar's killing blow would be interrupted with the flash of a flaming sword. The Master of Mankind would in one motion end the life of Nekar and reveal his true form to his gene son. Mortarion would pledge to serve the Emperor, with his failure to liberate Barbarus alone. Installed as the leader of the 14th Legion, the age of the Dusk Raiders would be sundered with the return of their liege. Replacing the iconography of their Terran origins, the Death Guard Legion would seek to imitate their imposing Gene Father's cultural heritage, as new aspirants would be drawn solely from the planet of Barbarus. With the inclusion of the Sons of Barbarus, tensions would begin to grow within the Legion. Former senior officers of Terra would be sidelined and demoted to be replaced with Barbaran Astartes. Mortarian's Barbaran confidant, Calas Typhon, would ascend to the form of an Astartes and be installed as the first captain of the Legion, and with time, the legacy of the Dusk Raiders would be dismantled. As the Great Crusade waged, the Terran Astartes of the Legion would diminish, with the ranks of the Death Guard's 7 great companies now commanded almost entirely of Barbaran Space Marines. Battle Captain of the 7th Great Company, Nathaniel Garrow, would remain as the last symbol of the Legion's former glories and be detested by his upstart brethren. Yet despite such infighting, the 14th Legion would bring countless worlds into compliance with the continuation of the Great Crusade. Moving from one world to the next, the Death Guard would not rebuild nor reinforce their conquered worlds, for they were harvesters of misery and destruction alone, and their days of toiling the earth were over. Motivated to destroy the oppressors of humanity, the Fourth would carve a swathe through the Imperium's enemies and leave their corpses to nourish the earth of their newly liberated planets. Disbanding their Librarius and eschewing their former iconography and battle honors, the Death Guard would be remolded in every minute detail by the Pale King. Yet the resentment of the Death Lord would continue to grow despite his Legion's victories and the Emperor's disbanding of the Librarius during the Council of Nicaea. Mortarion would never forget the denial of his vengeance against Nakar, and from the seed of bitterness, treachery would tend to its bloom. Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the 16th Legion and War Master of the Imperium, would rebel against the Emperor. Witnessing visions of a dark future, conjured by the machinations of the ruinous powers, the War Master of the Imperium would rally his brethren and their legions to bring the Emperor to heel. Horus had shown kindness to Mortarion since his reunion with the Imperium, and through many campaigns fought side by side as resolute comrades. This brotherhood would be tested with the War Master's decision to betray the Imperium, yet it would not prove difficult to form an alliance with the Pale King. Among the first to rally at his brother's banner, Mortarion would see an opportunity to achieve vengeance against his father and join the Traitor Rebellion. Upon the world of Istvan III, the Emperor's children, World Eaters, sons of Horus and Death Guard, would bring compliance to the rebellious populace. Deploying their most loyal sons, whom would give their lives for the Emperor, the traitor Primarchs would order their disposable sons to be bombarded with ordnance and virus bombs. The loyalist Death Guard and their peers would succumb to the flesh-eating toxin as it ravaged the landscape of Istvan III. Survivors of the bombardments would resist their inevitable demise and fight valiantly to end the lives of as many of their treacherous kin as possible. Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow would escape to warn the Emperor of the impending betrayal as the Death Guard and their allies prepared for the impending counterattack. Forewarned of the treachery of Horus Lupercal, the Emperor would dispatch 3 of his most trusted sons to bring retribution to the Istvan system. Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the 10th, would lead the charge alongside his brothers Vulcan and Corvus Corax. The Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard legions would embark upon Istvan to destroy the upstart rebellion before it could reorganize. Followed swiftly by reinforcements from the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Wordbearers, and Alpha Legion, a loyalist victory would be assured. Yet with the initial stages of the Battle of Istvan V, such an overwhelming assault would prove catastrophic. As the 10th, 18th, and 19th Legions battled the prepared yet battle-scarred forces of the War Master's legions, the arrival of the second wave would turn on their allies. Surrounded by the might of 8 legions, the Loyalists would be massacred. The Death Guard would watch as the Loyalists fell to the blades and bolters of their peers, yet would not tarry before venturing forth to bring a new legion to the fold of the Traitor Rebellion. Traversing to the Thousand Suns homeworld of Prospero, Mortarion would confront the Primarch of the White Scars, Jagatai Khan, with an offer to join Horus. The White Scars had not chosen to side with either cause of the war in their efforts to ascertain the reason for Horus's actions. Deeming the traitor war effort to be ruled by pawns of malevolent forces, the Khagan of Chagoris would refuse Mortarian's offer, beginning a great feud which would last between the 5th and 14th Legions for the remainder of the war. Displeased with the Khan's reasoning, Mortarion would face the Warhawk in battle. The Master of Speed would duel the Champion of Endurance as the honor guards of the Keshig and Deathshroud fought at their sides. The bout would be unresolved as Mortarion would flee from the battle, yet be concluded before the end of the war. For the remainder of the years preceding the final battle to decide the fate of humanity, the Death Guard would harry the White Scars until the call to assemble within the Ulanor system. En route to their destination, First Captain Callus Typhon would reveal his true allegiance. A follower of Nurgle, the Lord of Decay, Typhon would allow for the corrupting influence of the Plague God to seep into the Death Guard's fleet vessels, transforming the 14th Legion into abominations of warp mutation. The Death Guard and their Liege Lord would be subjected to the gifts of Nurgle's rot and the Destroyer Plague. Their innate resistance to poison would prove to synergize with Nurgle's corruption, preventing the Death Guard to die from their afflictions and instead mutate to incorporate its pestilent influence. Surrendering to the Plague God, Mortarion would damn his legion to forever serve the whims of the so-called Grandfather of Chaos. Returning to the side of the War Master, Horus would test the newly reborn Death Guard during the Siege of Terra. Deploying the hulking monstrosities to bring down the Imperium's most fortified bastions, the 14th Legion led by their Prince of Decay would once more face the wrath of the White Scars. Facing Jagatai Khan once more in single combat, the Khagan would be no match for the now chaos-empowered Demon Prince. Yet for Mortarion's pride in his newfound strength, Jagatai would exploit his greatest weakness, arrogance. Cleaving the Pale King's head from his body, the Khagan would banish Mortarion into the depths of the warp, forcing the forces of the 14th Legion to retreat. The Horus heresy would be won in the name of the Imperium, yet despite such a victory, fail to cleanse the galaxy of the corruption of the Plague Marines. Claiming a demon world within the Eye of Terror, the Death Guard would transform their new seat of power as the Plague Planet of the Prince of Decay. Destined to spread disease and foul corruption in their wake, the 14th Legion continued to be a scourge across the galaxy in their attempts to spread the gifts of Nurgle. Molding the Plague Planet in the image of Barbarous, Mortarion would in an act of immense hypocrisy rule as a tyrant overlord of his newly found fiefdom. Re-emerging from the Eye of Terror throughout the millennia, the Pale King leads bands of his former legion to spread pestilence during the Era Indomitus. No longer served by his first captain Callus Typhon, the being now known as Typhus leads his own warband pledged in service to the Plague God. At odds with their objectives, the champions of Nurgle nonetheless cooperate during campaigns of extreme import. With the return of the avenging son of the Imperium, Rabute Guilliman, during the 41st millennium, the Death Guard would seek to humble the Lords of Ultramar within the heart of their own empire. Enacting the Plague Wars within the realm of Ultramar, Mortarion would seek to transform the dominion of the returned Primarch into fertile ground of Nurgle's accursed garden. Confronted by Rabute Guilliman with the conclusion of the Indomitus Crusade, Mortarion would face his brother in single combat upon the world of Ajax. Slaying his brother, Ultramar would seem to be doomed to fall to the thrall of chaos, yet to Mortarion's horror, Guilliman's body would be filled with a bright golden light. Possessed by the power of the Emperor, Guilliman would banish Mortarion from real space once more and fire a beam of holy light into Nurgle's garden. Setting the garden ablaze with cleansing fire, the Death Guard and Pawns of Decay would retreat from the revivified Avenging Sun and his rallied armies. Yet the 14th Legion are infamous for their endurance, and no matter how many times they shall be felled, more thralls of the Plague Lord shall stand in their place. Known for their attrition from even their earliest days as a once loyal legion, The only legion to surpass their losses incurred during the Great Crusade would be the World Eaters and Iron Warriors. Once liberated from its oppressive overlords, Barbarus would become a like to a production line of implanting new aspirants to join the ranks of the Astartes. Neophytes would overwhelmingly perish during the surgeries and procedures to grow to the stature of a space marine, yet be deemed negligible by Mortarion. Only allowing aspirants from worlds other than Barbarus on rare occasions, the Death Lord would demand a high standard for all who would join the ranks of the 14th Legion. Yet with the Legion's fall to chaos, the Death Guard would for a time splinter into warbands devised into derivations of 7. With the resurgence of Mortarion during the Plague Wars, the 14th would reform to a structure reminiscent of their former glory. Their numbers now far in excess of any Loyalist Space Marine chapter, with thousands upon thousands of Plague Marines comprising their ranks. Prior to their fall to chaos, the 14th would be a strictly structured and regimented legion. Originally organized by the Officio Militaris, with their service as the Dust Raiders, alike to their brother legions, each and every Astartes would be equipped with arms and armaments, capable of surviving any campaign of war, without resupply or reinforcement. Its infantry supplemented with heavy armor and support squadrons during battle, the Dusk Raiders of Old Terra would be exemplars of sustained warfare, adept at any range or environment. With the installment of their Primarch into their ranks, the Legion would be drastically changed, with its formations dissolved and reformed with each new campaign to meet the needs of their Primarch stratagems. Constantly shifting in battlefield roles, Astartes would transition from a heavy weapon specialist to a tactical marine or other specialist with every new campaign. With only tech marines, chaplains, and other specialist roles exempt from the ever-changing orders of Astartes formations. Favoring melters, flamers, and bolt guns as their tools of dealing death, the Death Guard's reliance on such weaponry would eschew the need for regular resupplies or extensive training with niche armaments. Engaging in close combat with trench daggers, barber and kukra blades, and their iconic war scythes, the black ceramite of their blades would prove to be a hallmark of the 14th Legion's deadly harvest. Simple yet effective in their use, the Death Guard's belief that a Space Marine was innately strong enough for any engagement, regardless of their armaments, would prove to be effective. Overwhelmingly deploying infantry in their campaigns, each wounded Astartes brought low in the flames of battle would be interred within dreadnoughts to serve once more as the spearhead on the next battle of their campaigns. No cost would be too high, nor weakness tolerated, as the dogged sons of Barbarus ground their enemies beneath their tread. Renowned for their ability to cleanse space hulks and destroy enemy fortifications from within, the Death Guard would be synonymous with purging the enemies of the Imperium. Recruitment within the Legion is now shrouded in much mystery, yet the Astartes recruited in the years following the Horus Heresy are regarded as lesser than their veteran peers. Though perhaps such methods used to recruit new aspirants into the ranks of the 14th are best left obscured for the sanity and decency of Imperial historians. While the ranks of the 14th would stagnate in terms of variety during their days as a Loyalist Legion, specialists within the Death Guard would enable specific roles of both honor and disgrace. Chief among all, save for the Primarch and the Legion's captains, would be the Death Shroud. The elite honor guard of Mortarion, the Death Shroud would comprise of the most battle-honored, skilled, and imposing warriors of the Legion, selected personally by their liege. Swearing oaths of secrecy, each Astartes would be marked as killed in action by the 14th's records to prevent their identity from being known. Marching into battle, armed with gigantic Man-Reaper war scythes, the Death Shroud shall don masks and hoods to conceal their features and battle as silent, hulking killers. Wearing Artificer-grade Terminator armor, the giant figures of the Honor Guard of the Death Lord shall never stray further than 49 paces from their Primarch, and never falter in protecting their Gene Father as silent, stoic sentinels. The Grave Wardens would serve First Captain Callus Typhon as the First Company veterans of the Legion. Armed with alchemical weaponry, spewing Voscodox fluids, and collagen gases, the Grave Wardens would unleash agonizing, flesh-eating contagions across the battlefield to consume their enemies. The Destroyer Squads, unlike their Terminator-clad superiors, would wage war with forbidden weaponry, too ignoble by their venerated brethren. Alike to all Destroyer Squads of the Legions, the disgraced Astartes of the 14th carry rad, phosphex, and bioweapons of untold cruelty. Their undeniable effectiveness countering their infamous reputation. The Mortis Poisoner Squads specialized in chemical munitions, even by the standards of their Legion peers. Deployed to confined war zones such as hive cities and void ships, the Mortis Poisoners would spread contagion to erode and devour their enemies. Burdening the toll wrought from such weaponry, the members of the Mortis Poisoners would suffer withering degeneration as penance for past failures. Yet with the Legion's fall to chaos, their ranks would encompass new and foul additions of cruel champions to their warbands. Chaos Lords would rule each warband as proven champions of destruction and corruption. Scrutinized intensely by Mortarion, each Death Guard Lord must facilitate the will of their Primarch in exchange for the blessings of Nurgle. Forming the mantles of corruption, each Lord is bestowed unique traits for his service. The Lords of Contagion are belligerent and direct warriors. Contained within cataphracti armor, the Lords of Contagion wield two-handed plague reapers and blade-toothed axes in their relentless frontal assaults. The Lords of Poxes pollute the air with miasmas of toxins, eroding their enemies' defenders through sickness and sapping illness. The Lords of Virulence bombard their foes with heavy firepower. Weakening fortifications with merciless hammering blows of artillery, each survivor of their onslaught shall be ripe victims for plague and disease. Other mantles exist, such as the Lords of Parasitism, Withering, Flux, and Entropy, yet no records exist of these foul titles. Blightlord Terminators form the now elite of the Traitor Legion and forge a ceaseless path of destruction. Armed with combi weapons, blight launchers, and plague spewers, the Blightlords shrug off weapons fire with their cataphracti ceramite plate and chaos gifts of blighted constitution. Advancing with relentless and remorseless contempt, only the most deadly and concentrated firepower is enough to end the undeath of even a single Blightlord. The noxious Blightbringers fight at the vanguard of the Legion and herald the arrival of the Death Guard. Sowing the battlefield for the coming corruptions, the Blightbringers nurture fear and weakness in their enemies as their chaos-forged bells toll impending decay. Each thunderous wave of its sounding, spreading sickness among their opponents' ranks. Death Guard sorcerers harness the warp to spread the blessings of their foul god. Bones rot from their marrow and splinter into decaying muscles as the victims of the fell manipulations of the sorcerers convulse and spew bile from their sore-covered mouths. It is truly among the greatest miseries to fall at the hands of the sorcerers of the 14th, for each victim shall endure untold miseries and fetid mutations at the hands of their malevolent foes. Malignant plague casters harbor the malaise of the plague god's realm and accept the bloating of their bodies, now acting as vessels of abominable toxins. Spewing forth the contents of their innards, the plague casters harness the powers of the plague god to spread disease among those unfortunate enough to fall victim to their plagues. The Tallymen preach the doctrine of their patron's chosen number, 7. These demagogues of the Legion scribe and tally the blessings of Nurgle as the battles in his name wage around them. Counting diseases, wounds and signs of corruption, the Tallymen enhance the blights made in the name of the Lord of Pestilence to invoke further miseries in his name. The Biologist Putrefiers nurture the spread of disease across their campaigns. Armed with blight grenades filled with terrible concoctions, the milky gaze of the Putrefiers analyze every infection, even through the armor of ceramite or heavy vehicles. And finally, the Plague Surgeons act as living nurseries for insects and parasites within their bloated bodies. Once the Legion's apothecaries, the Plague Surgeons now offer their flesh and blood to nurture their fell offspring. Exuding infection with only the merest touch, the Plague Surgeon's surgical instruments no longer serve to save the lives of their kin, but in a cruel twist of irony, see to the spread of undeath. The 14th Legion's organization would be fragmented into 7 great plague companies with their fall to chaos. The first plague company, the Harbingers, are ruled by First Captain Typhus. Afflicted with shamble rot, biters pox, the groaning, and zombie plagues, these shambolic yet durable champions of the Legion lay waste to the Imperium with few opponents able to stall their overwhelming onslaught. The second plague company, the Ferric Blight, favor vehicle deployment and large formations of heavy armaments. Encased in thick layers of rust, the Ferric Blight to which they are named corrodes their enemy's armor contingents, causing malfunctions and degeneration with their mere presence. The third plague company, Mortarian's Anvil, are experts of fortification. Carrying the gloaming bloat within their skin, Mortarian's Anvil are led by Gothax the Morose and unleash noxious Blightbringers to hasten their enemy's demise as they hurl themselves into doomed sieges. The fourth plague company, the Wretched, are ruled by the demon known as the Eater of Lives. Afflicted with the Eater Plague, known within its ranks as the Drizzleflesh, Pockchewer, or Endless Gift, the fourth plague company champion the use of sorcerers in order to summon endless hordes of Nurglings and demonic servants of the Plague God. The fifth plague company, the Poxmongers, bear the gift of the Sanguis Flux. Leaving trails of half-clotted blood in trails where they march, the Poxmongers make use of demon engines as their primary means of rending their enemies limb from limb. The sixth plague company, the Ferrymen, garrison the plague fleets of the Legion and bring new void ships into the fold. Infected with the Droning, the so-called Brethren of the Fly boast a vast amount of Blightlord Terminators into their company as they board naval vessels to capture for their own despicable needs. And last of all, the seventh plague company, Mortarian's chosen sons, serve as alchemists and brewers of the Legion. Concocting the most virulent and deviant poisons, the bearers of the crawling pustulence or boil blight enact the will of the Plague God through spreading his gifts across the stars. Further divided into 7 sepsis cohorts comprised of 100 Astartes apiece. Each of these demi-companies contain a further 2 maledictums consisting of 7 colonies. Each colony contains 7 squads of 7 plague marines and is led in turn by lesser Chaos champions. Death Guard Lords and Demon Princes act as Lord Commanders of each plague company, with each first colony of the maledictums comprised entirely of Blightlord Terminators. Despite their seeming Legion-wide command structure, in reality, each warband is autonomous in regard to the overall command of the Legion. Known as Vectoriums, these warbands differentiate themselves with unique heraldry markings and unique colony squads. Typically including plague colonies, alchemical destroyer colonies, and armored vehicle reaper colonies within their organization, the Vectoriums are armies capable of threatening even the most durable of the Imperium's forces. The heraldry of the Death Guard, while now obscured in filth and decay, once bore proud sigils of their former glory. The symbol of the Black Skull, cleaved in half, imposed with a setting black sun on a deep field of crimson, replaced by a green skull atop a sunburst icon. From their painted grey of their origins as the Dusk Raiders of Terror, ivory grey would be flanked with jade trim to honour the Legion's homeworld of Barbarous. Vertical helmet stripes would denote seniority among the Legion, with even damage incurred to the Astartes Ceramite remaining upon their armour as honour marks of their deeds. Yet with their fall to chaos, the Death Guard would turn a sickly green to reflect their disgusting nature. Typically wearing Mark III iron pattern power armour, its former purity of design now bears spikes, tentacles and horns sprouted from the bodies of their corpulent hosts. Open wounds spill organs from cracks in their armour as boils and sores populate their skin. Ever closer to their Primarch's vision of a grim reaper of men, the Plague Marines of the 14th follow in their Liege Lord's image as undead servants of hellish benefactors. Adopting the tri-lobed symbol of the Plaguefly upon their pauldrons, only those within the ranks of the Death Guard can discern the veterancy and rank of their peers by dint of the prolonged decay of their armor. The Mark of Nurgle varies among the many warbands of the Legion, as each shows their patronage in their own unique way. The gene seed of the 14th would further spread the gaunt features and shadowy eyes of its gene lineage, initially reflecting the stoic temperament of the Death Lord. With the Legion's drafting of its barbarian recruits, the gene seed of the Legion would bolster their innate resistance to toxins. Yet with their fall to the ruinous powers, their gene strength would prove to be their undoing. With the gifts of Nurgle ravaging their bodies, their genetic aptitude to endure poison and corruption would continually increase their tolerance. As the mutations ravaged their bodies, their gene seed would overcompensate, leading to magnitudes of great afflictions as their bodies exponentially rejected and absorbed the gifts of Nurgle. Now stationed on the Plague Planet, the new homeworld of the Death Guard heightens their mutations to nightmarish proportions, shackling their plague fleets using chained biomechanical platforms while idle, as shrines are made to give praise to the Plague God. The world's populace cower from their tyrannical overlords as they act as thralls to the 14th Legion. The 7 mountaintop keeps of the planet, inhabited by each plague company, with the mightiest of these, known as the Black Manse. Mortarion's personal fortress, replete with dungeons and horrors of the warp, the Pale King presides over his homeworld as a hypocrite to his past ideals. Revering their Primarch above all, the Death Guard would marvel at their master's example as a liberator of the oppressed and divine savior. The barbarian stock of the Legion would be unquestioning in their loyalty to their liege during the betrayal of the Imperium, and in their naivety, follow in his path to damnation. For each battle won by the Legion during the Great Crusade, the Pale King would drink a draught of poison with one of his Astartes to commemorate their victory. No toxin would be so strong as to best the Death Guard, and so it would be that the ritual toast signified their loyalty to their Primarch and defiance to submit to failure. Concoctions would contain strains of sword beetle venom, nerve bane, and other compounds, the ornate cup strengthening the bonds of loyalty between the Death Lord and his men. Driven by a need to free humanity from the oppression of its enemies, the Death Guard would be a resolute and unshakable force. Yet this ideal of emancipation would become fertile ground for the corrupting influence of chaos. Pride and arrogance would begin to fester within the Legion, and with their Primarch's defection, the 14th would be all too willing to follow his lead. Consumed with self-hatred with their submission to the ruinous powers, such contempt for their weakness would give way to a new ideal. The Heralds of Pestilence would free humanity from the rule of the Imperium with rot, ruin, and decay. Gifting their patrons foul gifts to the victims of their campaigns, the Death Guard's twisted vision of a universe ruled by the Grandfather of Chaos rescinds the remaining ounce of their remnant humanity. Worshipping the number 7 as the favoured number of Nurgle, the Death Guard seek to burgeon each of their plague companies to 70,000 Astartes. Though the 14th Legion shall never reach such a lofty goal, their continual campaigns across the galaxy, such as their resurgence during the Plague Wars of Ultramar, prove their ambitions to be resurgent. And for every war made in the name of the Plague God, humanity shall suffer untold miseries as pestilence, rot, and decay lay low the stalwart defenders of the Imperium.
In the embrace of Nurgle, I am no longer afraid. For with his pestilential favor, I have become that which I once feared.
The warriors of the Corpse God believe themselves to be strong, but we have seen a greater truth. Their empire is built upon sinking sand, and they themselves are naught but clay. By Tzeentch's will, we have been shown power to mold their weak minds and bodies to our own liking.
The Legiones Astartes would bear unique burdens for the gifts they would inherit from their gene-sires. Empowered beyond the comprehension of mortal men, each legion would cultivate a speciality for warfare and philosophical foundations befitting their power. Yet among all the Space Marine legions, there exists one above all, whose fall from grace would be heralded by their insatiable hunger for knowledge and mastery of the ethereal. The Magisters of Prospero, the Thousand Sons. Founded during the Wars of Unification, the Legiones Astartes would encompass a fragment of their Gene-Father's might, who in turn would contain a fragment of the Master of Mankind's godlike traits. The most powerful Psyker to ever grace the stars, the Emperor would create a son molded in his image of warp mastery. From his creation's genetic materials, a new breed of warriors would be born, gifted as the most powerful Psykers among the Space Marine legions. The 15th Legion would be drawn from the most psychically gifted neophytes of the Achaemenid Empire of Holy Terror. 1,000 Astartes would undergo the surgeries within the gene labs of the moon of Luna as warp storms waged across the Sol system. Creating psychic convergences across Terra and its orbiting moon, psychotic outbursts would spontaneously break out across the throne world, to which the psychic-spawned madness would prove to be an ill omen for the 15th. With the Legion's inaugural aspirants now raised to the stature of the Astartes, the Emperor would test his promising new legion by deploying them to bring compliance to the remaining techno-barbarian hordes of Terra. Victorious of their first campaign in the name of the burgeoning Imperium, the Emperor would personally name the Legion as the Thousand Sons and gift unto them an expeditionary fleet for assimilation into the Great Crusade across the stars. For while the Thousand Sons had proven their worth in battle, it would not be long until their reunion with their Primarch. Preceded by only Horus Lupercal and Leman Russ in his reunion with the Master of Mankind, the Crimson King of Prospero would study the Immaterium to better the lot of his homeworld. Emancipating the civilization from the tyranny of warp-spawned creatures that once roamed Prospero's desolate cities, Magnus the Red would bring order, prosperity, and peace to his people. Prospero's capital, Tizca, would be known as the City of Light, as its white marble metropolis housed bountiful tomes of Arcanum, read by a populace poised to understand the intricacies of the universe. Obelisks of glass towered over the self-sufficient paradise, made real by its benevolent ruler, as the Crimson King busied himself with endless journeys into the so-called Great Ocean of the Immaterium. Foreseeing the arrival of the Emperor to Prospero, Magnus would grow to adulthood before his Gene-Father's reunion. Having communicated for years through means of the warp, the Master of Mankind would arrive upon the utopian City of Light and induct his long-lost progeny into the Imperium. Given command of the 15th Legion, Magnus would look upon his gene-sons with pride as they demonstrated their affinity for sorcery and psychic abilities. The Thousand Sons had waged war for 5 Terran Standard years, and through their use of the Immaterium, sought to emulate a fraction of the Emperor's power. Though wary of psychic abilities, the Master of Mankind had allowed the 15th Legion to hone their sorceries as a means to bring swift compliance to the galaxy, much to the chagrin of his stalwart gene-son, Leman Russ of the 6th Legion. Proclaimed as cowards by the Wolf King, the 15th Legion had been met with scrutiny and distrust by the wider Imperium. Yet with their Primarch now installed as the Master of the Thousand Sons, a glorious future would be promised for their Legion. Yet fate would not be so kind to the Sons of Magnus, for only suffering would be destined for the acolytes of the Immaterium. The lack of restraint demonstrated by the Thousand Sons would bear a fatal cost. Throughout the ranks of the 15th, a warp-born mutation would ravage their numbers, as the so-called flesh change would transform its Astartes into feral spawns of chaos. Interred within stasis pods, in hopes of administering a future cure to their affliction, Magnus the Red would toil for years in hopes of saving his gene sons from their degenerative affliction. Already at a pandemic scale during their reunion with their Primarch, the Crimson King would watch in horror as the flesh change spiraled into greater numbers with the departure of the Emperor from Prospero. Obtaining a means to stall the flesh change from spreading further, Magnus would consort with duplicitous entities within the Great Ocean. Naive in his assumption that his legion's curse had been absolved, Magnus would resume command of the remaining 1,000 Astartes, left untouched by the mutations of the warp. Once more literal in their reflection of their legion's namesake, the Thousand Sons would seek to draw new recruits to bolster their numbers as they ventured forth to rejoin the Great Crusade. With the Crimson King in command, the 15th Legion would bring untold worlds into compliance through means of diplomacy, trickery, and psychic manipulation. As more sons of the Emperor would be brought into the fold of the Imperium, dissent would grow among the Primarchs as they observed the methods of the Red Cyclops. Scavenging knowledge from their sundered foes, the Thousand Sons' unquenchable thirst for knowledge would rouse further suspicion from their rival legions. Cooperating with the 6th Legion, the Space Wolves, during the Arc Reach cluster campaign, Magnus would despise the route's use of violence and destruction inflicted upon the Avanian populace of Heliosa. Blood would be spilt as the Space Wolves and Thousand Sons would clash as the 15th Legion slew several Fenrisian wolves and incapacitated members of the Vilca Fenrica with psychic manipulation. Hasta of the Pavoni cult would submit to the flesh change during battle and cause several more mutations within the Legion. Leman Russ would intervene, slaying Hastur with a blast of his bolt gun, and would seemingly commit his wolves to battle the Thousand Sons. With the intervention of the Primarch of the 17th Legion, Lorgar Aurelian, further casualties would be prevented. Yet the Wolf King would never forget his brother's flagrant abuse of his powers, and would swear a blood oath against the Crimson King, promising that one day he would enact a reckoning upon the Thousand Sons. Rumors would spread of the corruptions of the 15th Legion across the Imperium in the wake of the Battle of Heliosa. Giving credence to the misgivings of Primarchs Rogel Dawn, Mortarion, and Corvus Corax in their mistrust of Psykers within the legions, a call for censure would reach the Emperor. The most fervent detractors of the Thousand Sons would demand the Legion's expulsion from Imperial history, alike to the 2nd and 11th Legions, yet the Master of Mankind would defer to a council to decide the fate of the Psykers of the Legiones Astartes. Convening the Council of Nicaea, the Emperor would invite representatives of each legion with a vested interest in the outcome to state their case in his presence. Magnus the Red would champion his legion's use of the warp, stating its effectiveness in bringing compliance to the stars and future deeds their potential could fulfill. The Primarch of the Death Guard, Mortarion, a survivor of an upbringing subsumed in the abusive excesses of the arcane, would oppose the Crimson King. Librarian representatives of the White Scars and Space Wolves, Targatai Usugai and Ophir Weirdmake, would fight for their respective allegiances, yet the Emperor's decision would be final. Wary of the unfettered abuse inherent in the manipulations of the warp, the Master of Mankind would draft the Decree of Nicaea and outlaw all use of Psykers within the Legiones Astartes henceforth. Sanctioned Psykers, such as astropaths and navigators, would be exempt from the decree, yet the Librarius of the Space Marines would be disbanded. Magnus would return to his homeworld, enraged at the misfortune of his legion. Their quest for knowledge had cost them dearly, yet they had always been loyal to the cause of the Emperor, and never strayed from his commands. Yet the woes of the sons of Magnus would only begin with the dawn of the dark days of the Horus Heresy. Horus Lupercal, War Master of the Imperium, would be wounded on the planet of Darwin. Ensnared by the malevolent ruinous powers of the warp, Horus would languish within the tides of the great ocean. Observing the plight of his brother, Magnus would intervene within the Immaterium and attempt to steer the War Master from the path to damnation. Heedless of his counsel, Horus would learn of the dystopian future of humanity, wherein the Emperor would be praised as a living deity. Rejecting the imperial truth and assuming the mantle of champion of the ruinous powers, Horus would take his first steps towards his final battle to destroy the Emperor. Magnus would reel from the intervention, desperate to warn the Master of Mankind of the impending betrayal of the Lupercal. Projecting his psychic form to the Imperial Palace, the Crimson King would breach the protective wards of the Emperor's Webway project in order to contact his father. Ruining all hope of humanity's use of the ancient Webway for their own means, Magnus would damn the Imperium to forever voyage across the stars within the malevolent tides of the warp. Furious at his son's heinous actions, the Emperor would dispatch Leman Russ and his Space Wolves to bring the Thousand Sons to Terra for judgment. Assembling a force of custodians and Sisters of Silence to facilitate their mission, the Wolf King would revel for the chance to fulfill his blood oath. Yet en route to Prospero, Horus Lupercal would intercept the Emperor's orders and make changes to their intent. The Wolf King would be ignorant of his War Master's betrayal of the Imperium and accept his new orders without objection. The Rout were no longer tasked with the arrest of the Crimson King, their orders now demanding that the Thousand Sons were to be exterminated. Magnus the Red would foresee the impending doom of Prospero, yet take no action to prevent its passing. The Crimson King now understood his naive manipulations by the Changer of Ways, Tzeentch, and would not allow his legion to become the tools of chaos. Seeking repentance for his actions, Magnus would hide the arrival of the 6th Legion fleet and watch Prospero burn as the Vilca Fenrica raised its marble pyramids and ornate structures to the ground. His people would be slaughtered as the Thousand Sons fought a desperate battle of survival without the aid of their Primarch. Overwhelmed, the first captain of the 15th Legion, Arzek Araman, would beseech his Primarch to intervene. Reluctantly, the Crimson King would join the battle as the Thousand Sons fell back to the final bastion of their once proud City of Light. Leman Russ would confront Magnus and charge into a bloody and infamous duel. The Wolf King's armor would be inscribed with wards against psychic powers, leading to a battle of blades and fists between the Primarchs. As the superior brawler and executioner of the Emperor, Leman Russ would best Magnus in combat and break his spine across his knee. Broken in physical form, Magnus would call upon the powers of the warp for salvation. Surrendering to the rule of Tzeentch, Magnus would be empowered by the Changer of Ways and transform into a demon prince of chaos. Teleporting the remnants of Tisca unto a demon world, the Thousand Sons would establish their new home of the Planet of Sorcerers within the Eye of Terror. The sundered king of Prospero would be shattered into shards of his former might, to which his loyal sons would gather his remnant power to reinstate their lord. Yet one final piece of the Crimson King remained prior to the final battle for humanity's soul, a shard which Magnus would attempt to retrieve from the Throne World during the Siege of Terra. The Thousand Sons' numbers would be greatly diminished to approximately 9,000 Astartes during the opening salvos of the Siege of Terra. Acting as support contingents to their larger and more direct Traitor Legion brethren, Magnus would orchestrate arcane stratagems to coincide with the deployments of the Lord of Iron, Perturabo. Scheming behind the backs of his Primarch brothers, Magnus would use them as a means to an end in obtaining the final shard of his being. For should he achieve his objective, Magnus would plot to slay the War Master following his duel with the Emperor and assume the mantle of Master of Mankind in his place. Yet such ambitions would be thwarted with the Crimson King's infiltration of the Imperial Palace. Confronted by Malcador the Sigillite, Magnus would learn that the final fragment of his being had been claimed by his loyalist son, Revuel Arvida, now reborn as the being known as Janus. Incapacitating Malcador, Magnus would confront the Emperor upon the Golden Throne, only to be halted by the perpetual Primarch of the Salamanders, Vulcan. Banished from the material realm by the relentless tenacity of the Lord of Drakes, Magnus would submit the last shred of his material body to assume the form of a true, immaterial demon. The War Master's rebellion would fail, and with the death of Horus Lupercal, the Thousand Sons and their traitor brethren would retreat to the Eye of Terror. As punishment for their failure, the Thousand Sons would once more be tormented by the flesh change through the influence of the Changer of Ways. Yet Chief Librarian Arzek Ahriman would attempt to abolish their curse once and for all. Casting the so-called Rubric of Ahriman, the Thousand Sons would be saved from their curse, yet pay a terrible price. The least psychically gifted sons of Magnus would be disintegrated from the vast tendrils of lightning that spewed forth from the Rubric. Their bodies turned to ash inside their ceramite. Yet the armor of these unfortunate Astartes would not collapse, for the inert souls of the dead would allow the spectral Astartes to continue to serve their legion. The Rubric Marines would serve their now further empowered masters as mindless automatons, much to the horror of the Crimson King. Magnus would attempt to slay Ahriman, and would succeed, if not for the intervention of Tzeentch. The Cabal of Ahriman would be banished from the Thousand Sons, with their leader tasked with a great quest to uncover the true meaning of chaos. Fractured into several warbands of contrasting allegiances, the 15th Legion now stalks the stars, in search of the mysteries and artifacts of the Immaterium. Invading the Eldar's Black Library and other repositories of knowledge for powerful spells and arcanum, the Thousand Sons now serve the whims of their curiosity, unfettered by Imperial oversight. Recruitment into the 15th Legion has always been a difficult task. Accepting only the most prodigious and promising psychers into their aspirants' ranks, the Thousand Sons' continual harrying of the flesh change would see constant need to replenish their number. By far the most susceptible to mutations of all the Astartes legions, the gene seed of the Thousand Sons would prove to be both a blessing and a curse. Further exacerbated by their allegiance to the Changer of Ways, there are few Astartes within the Legion who retain the gene seed of their Primarch due to the annihilation of swathes of their number by the Rubric of Ahriman. It is a source of immense pride within the Legion to have survived the countless abominable mutations and toils of battle unscathed, for the majority of the 15th now march into battle as soulless spectres of their former glory. Once drawing recruits from their homeworld of Prospero, with its destruction, the Thousand Sons seem incapable of replenishing their numbers through traditional means. Reports suggest that through fell rituals, the 15th Legion would resurrect their fallen battle brothers to inhabit living hosts. Damned to never reach their former might of the days of the Great Crusade, the Thousand Sons number in the mere thousands to this day, with only a select few retaining bodies of flesh and blood. Bearing the colours of the immortal regiments of Old Earth's Achaemenid Empire during the Wars of Unification, the 15th Legion would pride their Terran heritage. Their pauldrons bearing the coloration of the Achaemenid Empire and Nohian witchmark of Old Terra, centered with the symbol M. The Romani numeral of 1000 symbolizes their legion's chosen Astartes, handpicked by the Emperor. Supplanted with their reunion of their Primarch, the Thousand Sons would coat their armor with crimson, alike to their liege. Changing their legion iconography with their relocation to Prospero, the 15th Legion would adopt a solar glyph in honor of their expanse into the stars. Bearing their loyalty to their gene father with immense pride, the Thousand Sons would regardless once more renew their iconography with their ruinous descent into chaos. Adopting the blue and yellow livery in deference to their patron god, Tzeentch, their once disciplined uniform, ranking strictures, and conventions would be abandoned. Varying the designs of their heraldry with elements of golden trim and azure blue, each warband of the 15th Legion would bear personal heraldry whilst maintaining uniformity to the colours of the Lord of Change. Bearing crowns and ornate crests upon their ceramite, alike to the pharaohs of ancient Earth, such ornamentation marks the Astartes of the Thousand Sons, not claimed by the rubric of Ahriman. Now bearing the symbol of Ouroboros upon their left pauldron, the Thousand Sons' depiction of the serpent, wreathed in flame, eating its own tail, espouses the Fallen Legion's adherence to the eternal cyclical nature of change and renewal. Their right pauldron displays their membership to the numerous sects of the Legion, whether they bear resemblance to the Changer of Ways, Magnus's Cyclopean visage, or the forgotten legacies of Prosperine culture. Utilizing runes of varying combinations to identify their membership of the disparate warbands of the 15th, the framing of their heraldry also identifies which squad each member of the Thousand Sons inhabits. Inscribed with magically potent inks crafted from rare materials, Astartes of the 15th also employ tabards of varying colours to denote their thrall band or squad. Though only the most devoted scholars of Tzeentch can truly comprehend the meaning of the enchanted markings of chaos. Prior to their reunion with their Primarch, the Thousand Sons would organize their legion in similar manner to their Legiones Astartes counterparts. With Magnus installed as their leader, the Crimson King would organize fellowships of 1,000 Astartes into the legion, with 10 fellowships being active during their peak numerical strength of approximately 10,000 Astartes. With the catastrophic losses of the Kamenka Troika campaign, an entire fellowship would be lost, resulting in 9 fellowships to become the standard, known as the Pesserjet. The commanders of the Legion would form the Rahati, or Coven of Magnus, and captains of each fellowship would pilgrimage to their cousin legions to broaden their understanding of their brethren's favoured tactics and compliances. With revered captains such as Phocis Dakar seconded to the Lunar Wolves, the Thousand Sons would promote bonds of interlegion cooperation above and beyond their peers. With select individuals such as Hathor Mart rewarded an oath of moment from the Primarch of the 3rd Legion, Fulgrim, during his cooperation with the Emperor's Children Legion. Highly independent due to their nature as a small legion, the most psychically gifted individuals would be installed to lead each squad as thrall wizards. Commanding Imperial Army regiments to bolster their numbers, the Thousand Sons would employ many specialized human regiments such as the Prosperine Guard, Prosperine Spire Guard, Zau Arkad Tugmata, Skyguard Air Command, Palatine Guards, and personal Titan Legion, the Legio Zestobiacs. Forming specialized organizations within the 15th Legion, Magnus would champion elite cadres to enhance the effectiveness of his legion's psychic prowess. The Rahati, the inner coven of the Legion, would encompass the greatest sorcerers of the Legion. Similar to the position of Mournival within the Lunar Wolves Legion, the Rahati would be guarded by the elite Scarab occult Terminators, known as the Sekhmet. Veterans of countless wars, Magnus's First Company veterans would fight not only with immense psychic might, but also the brutal fury of the Emperor's finest weapons and armor. Unquestioning in their devotion to the Rahati, the Great Khan of the White Scars and Gorgon of the Iron Hands would remark that the Sekhmet were little more than automatons. The Hidden Ones would serve as the scout auxilia of the Legion. Masters of infiltration and espionage, operatives of the Hidden Ones would gather intelligence for their Legion, whilst imprinting psychically reprogrammed sleeper cells within their enemies' ranks. Yet with the Thousand Sons fall to chaos, the organization of the Legion now falls squarely in the palm of the exalted sorcerers, the malevolent arcanists of the Thousand Sons that lord over their kin to no compassion or shame. Driven to accrue mastery and control of the Immaterium, the exalted sorcerers would become empowered by the deaths of their less fortunate kin. Commanding the hollowed husks of the Scarab occult to serve their whims, the Lords of Dust and Ashes lead their phantom kin in campaigns across the stars. Dreadnoughts of the Legion now skulk the material realm as Hellbrutes of the Ruinous Powers. Intensely hated by the 15th Legion, the Hellbrutes of the Legion hunger for pain and suffering, emotions anathema to the vast battalions of Rubric Marines. Recruiting naive Chaos Space Marines into the fold of the 15th, such pilgrims shall be promised vast powers of the warp for their service. Bound to the malevolent soul of the Hellbrutes, these souls are sacrificed to the abominable ancients of the 15th to sate their need for eternal agony to fuel their machines of war. Requiring surplus forces to meet the needs of their deployments, the Thousand Sons also employ demon engines such as Helldrakes, Defilers, Forge Fiends, and Mauler Fiends to bolster their ranks. Enslaving minor warp beings into their demon engines, the sorcerers of the 15th delight in their dominion over such terrifying creatures and fuel their ego by deploying them as cannon fodder. During the years of the Great Crusade, the Thousand Sons would incorporate 5 cults of the Arcana in order to facilitate the will of their Primarch. Formed by the original members of the Crimson King's inner circle, known as the Rahati, each of the 5 cults would master a discipline of the Great Ocean. Maintaining headquarters within the Grand Pyramids of Tizca, each vanguard of the cults would contain repositories of knowledge adorned with the golden icon of their order. All save for the Pyre cult, whose pyramid would bear an endlessly burning flame, guarded by the warlord titan of the Legio Astorum, Canis Vertex. The Athenaean would specialize in telepathy and communications. Able to read the thoughts of others and communicate en masse across their legion, the Anatheian would prove crucial during the Legion's compliances of worlds. Understanding their opposition's strategies as intimately as if written on a page of parchment, the Athenaean would undermine their enemies' deployments before they had even begun. The Corvidae would delve into the great ocean to gain precognition and portents of the future. Seeing all possible futures outlined before them, the Corvidae would advise their counterpart brethren in the optimal progress of campaigns and skirmishes outlined by their divinations. The most preeminent of all the cults of the Thousand Sons, their pedigree would nonetheless wane as the twisting nature of the warp diminished their foresight. The Pavoni would master the arts of psychokinesis, allowing them to manipulate the biological chemistry and physiology of both their kin and their enemies. Manipulating the physical characteristics of their visage and diminishing their physical need for hydration and other bodily ailments, the Pavoni would prove valuable in enhancing their legion's already superior health. Capable of generating lightning born from their innate bioelectrical nervous system, the impact of such energies would overwhelm the organs of their foes, causing their hearts to explode and raise the temperature of their blood to boiling point. Further aiding their legion's apothecaries as arcane healers, the Pavoni would accelerate the cellular growth of wounded battle brothers and allow for hastened redeployment of injured Astartes. The Pyre harnessed pyrokinetic powers, enabling them to control warp-borne hellfire. Lethal when deployed among their legion, the Pyre would also bear the capability of transforming their bodies to better unleash their torrents and projectiles of purging flame. Engulfing their enemies in fire, the Pyre would also be proficient in manipulating and tampering with mechanical automata such as Titan Legios and the Legio Cybernetica. Known as technopathy, the Pyre would undermine battle lines of war machines whilst laying a burning path for their battle brothers to thwart their enemies. Finally, the Raptora would practice the art of telekinesis by hurling objects and ripping enemies with their manipulation of matter. Capable of creating Kine shields to protect their battle brothers and tearing war machines and soldiers to pieces with their abilities, the Raptora would prove crucial during the Legion's defense of Prospero by collectively conjuring a Kine shield to protect their capital city of Tizca from orbital bombardment. Though outside of the 5 cults arcana, 2 more mysterious sects also existed within the Thousand Sons. The Amitara Occult Intercession Cabal, or Amitara Occult, would be shrouded in mystery. Acting in the name of the Order of the Blind, the Amitara would act as the masters of espionage and assassination. Their psychic might would be harnessed solely to mete out death to their enemies, firing long-range weaponry knowing the precise moment wherein their targets would inhabit the space of their shots, accelerating the flow of blood from their victims' wounds or enhancing the speed of their projectiles. The Amitara would hasten the demise of their targets and dub their technique as the Mind Killer. Also of note, the Kenetai Occult Blade Cabal would serve as guardians of the Prosperine cults. Sworn by both verbal and psychic oaths to defend the cults, the most venerated members of the Kenetai would form cabals known as Blades. Swordsmen of otherworldly mastery, these scions of swordcraft would be extensions of their weapons and wield psychocrystalline-infused force weapons inscribed with their wielder's secret name and deeds. Bearing armor forged by the blind master artificers of the Legion, the Blades would defend the cults with unified and deadly skill. In the wake of their fall to the clutches of chaos, the Thousand Sons would propagate their remaining sorcerous endeavors through the implementation of 9 greater cults within the Legion, each led by an exalted sorcerer or demon prince bearing the rank of Magister Templi. Their lieutenants shall carry out the will of each great cult in the name of their master. United in purpose, these bands of miscreant magisters enable the schemes of their patron god and corrupt the very fabric of real space with their deeds. The Cult of Change would unravel and harness the rejection of order and be tasked with bringing compliance to anarchic and rebellious civilizations. The Cult of Duplicity employ deceit as an unknowable and Machiavellian force. The Cult of Knowledge seek to claim all tomes of eldritch teachings across the stars and identify the weaknesses in their foes through harnessing their secrets. The Cult of Magic unleash their full might in sorcery with no restriction of its power. Obtaining arcane objects in the possession of their foes, the Cult of Magic seek the purest devastation by means of the warp. The Cult of Manipulation enthrall their enemies and sow both mortal and demonic spies into the ranks of their opposition. Wreaking havoc from within, the Cult of Manipulation orchestrate complex plots brought to fruition through means of assassination and demonic possession. The Cult of Mutation transform their bodies and space around themselves by embracing the cursed flesh change. Transmuting entire planets into demon worlds, the souls of these unfortunate civilizations are turned into grotesque abominations twisted by the manifestations of the warp. The Cult of Prophecy pursue the threads of fate whispered from the fabric of the Immaterium. Divining the destiny most befitting their ambitions, the Cult of Prophecy twist their destiny for their own selfish whims. The Cult of Scheming concoct intricate campaigns as a form of perverse worship. Reveling in their scheming, the cult orchestrate grand plans of tactical maneuvers and feints in order to achieve grand and complex conquests. The Cult of Time view the flow of the past, present and future as a resource to be harnessed. Engaging their enemies in both the past and present simultaneously, the Cult of Time sow the seeds of defeat into their foes' actions long before they even draw their weapons. As Masters of Arcanum, despite their small number, each Astartes of the Thousand Sons is a powerful warrior in his own right. Unwilling to battle in close combat when able to cast their warp-spawn sorceries, the Thousand Sons fight with guile and deceit in order to gain advantage in battle. Instilled with an independent nature by the teachings of their Primarch, each sorcerer of the 15th Legion lead detachments of rubric automatons into battle. Prior to their fall during the Horus Heresy, the less psychically gifted members of the Legion would march into battle wielding ether fire cannons toxin-infused asphyx shells, and conventional bolters. Now empowered by the manipulations of Tzeentch, the Thousand Sons employ a variety of disciplines in battle, including the Disciples of Chance, Sinistrum, Geomortis, Heretech, Ectomancy, Dark Hereticus, and Discipline of Tzeentch. Arming their rubric marines with fell weapons such as Inferno bolters, Soul Reaper cannons, Hellfire missile packs, and Warp flamers, the armies of the 15th Legion incinerate their foes with otherworldly, purging flame. Further bolstered with icons of the ruinous powers, such as the Icon of Flame, each Thrall band and greater cult bolsters their potent sorceries by employing 9 lieutenants among their ranks to gain the favor of their patron god through his favored number. Fractured with the failure of the War Master to destroy the Imperium, the Thousand Sons roam the galaxy as largely autonomous warbands. Thrall bands led by minor Chaos Sorcerers and lesser Chaos Champions of the Magister Templi hound the Imperium, such as the Blades of Magnus, Tizken Host, Brothers of Retaliation, Warband of Sektoth, Prism of Fate, and Sektai Prosperin. Estranged Sons of Magnus also voyage as shards of the Legion's former glory. Bearing sigils of their past, the Brotherhood of Dust, Crimson Sons, Prodigal Sons, Silver Sons, Red Echo, Warpgeists, and Grand Order of Hermetic Blades seek penance for their past transgressions. The more notable of these remnants of the 15th gain glories befitting their superior strength, as warbands recognized by their Genefather. The Rahati War Sect comprise the assembled might of Magnus's chosen sons, inhabiting the planet of the Sorcerers. Supremely powerful, the Rahati War Sect are named after the once bodyguards of Magnus the Red. Commanded by their Primarch personally, the various demon princes of Tzeentch and veteran Astartes of the Legion carry out the will of Magnus as his most powerful and loyal subjects. The War Covens harness the primal element of battle into spells of prodigious potency. Remolding the very fabric of reality to their whims, the War Covens are a deadly threat to all life among the stars in their pursuit of forbidden, arcane secrets. The War Cabals are the shadow of the Legion's former glory. Conquering the civilizations once under their own protection, the weapons of the War Cabals sunder their former dependencies as an act of vengeful scorn. The Sekhmet Conclave amass great power, led by ancient warriors of the 15th, commanding the thralls of the once noble Scarab Occult Terminators. Imbuing the hulking bodyguards with warp energies and sorcerous wards, the overlords of the Sekhmet Conclave unleash the fury of their Terminators to bring their enemies to heel. The Sangor Warherd deploy mutated beastmen into battle under the control of their masters. Resurrecting the carrion spoils of battle, the necromantic sorcerers delight in reanimating the corpses of their fallen foes. Making trophies from the dead, the avaricious beastmen and their patrons tear their foes limb from limb in order to sate their hunger for trophies and trinkets. And last but by no means least of these warbands are Ahriman's exiles. Led by the first captain of the Thousand Sons, Arzek Ahriman, the banished Astartes under the command of Magnus's former equerry seek knowledge of the warp to earn their redemption. Rallying disparate and disgraced commanders of his legion, Ahriman calls upon the diminished brotherhood of his kin in order to destroy their enemies. Shrouded in bitter, vengeful zeal, the exiles of the 15th Legion shall not relent in their quest to master the powers of the warp and renew their patronage of their Genefather. Yet the tides of the warp are vast and unknowable, and many believe the toil of the exile shall be mired in blood and ashes, forever damned to hunger for knowledge that can never be sated. Show me a living soul that believes that he has choice in anything, and I will show you the universe's greatest fool. I thought the Lunar Wolves were supposed to be the most aggressive of us all. That's how you would like the other legions to think of you, isn't it? The most feared of mankind's warrior classes.
Our reputation speaks for itself, sir.
The Legiones Astartes would wage war across the galaxy to unite humanity into the compliance of the Imperium. The single greatest warriors to ever grace the stars, each legion would accrue glories for their deeds and become venerated for their service. Yet among all the Legiones Astartes, one would be favored as the first among equals, and legends of the Great Crusade until their downfall to the thrall of chaos. The deadly instruments of the betrayer of the Emperor, the Sons of Horus. Drawn initially from the populace of Terra, the Astartes of the 16th Legion would be raised to quell the dissident rebels of the techno-barbarian hordes. Volunteering to undergo the surgeries required of a space marine, the subjugated aspirants of the Emperor's conquered foes would be transformed into valiant enforcers of the Imperium's will. High proportions of the 16th would be recruited from the hunter clans of the Jutagran Bowl and some Sartian slums of Terra, and instill the hardships of toil of conflict within the attitude of the Legion. Intensely aggressive in nature, the 16th Legion would, with the implantation of their Primarch's gene seed, favor sudden, overwhelming methods of war, befitting their rugged and abrasive nature. Equally deployed as the first and last deadly blow to their opposition, the 16th would earn a reputation as warriors capable of inflicting utter devastation. Their glories, initially chronicled for their service in the first pacification of Luna, the 16th would regardless bear deep scars within their collective psyche with further campaigns such as the destruction of the Coriolis enclaves. Cementing legends which would persist to this day within Terran culture, the so-called Counting of the Wolf would instill superstitious fear into the hearts of men at the sight of the Legion's numerals. The opening salvo and crushing termination of 100 wars, the humorless and relentless Astartes of the 16th would, in the wake of the pacification of Terra's moon, embrace the title born of their reputation, the Lunar Wolves. Adorning their armor with a wolf's head emblazoned across the moon of Luna, the Astartes of the Lunar Wolves would also wear pelts across their ceramite to represent their predatory image. As the first legion to draw recruits from worlds outside of Terra, the Lunar Wolves would travel to the nearby mining colony of Cophonia during 800.M30. Within sublight velocity, the Lunar Wolves would reunite with the first Primarch of the Imperium to be discovered, their gene father. Though to call such an event fortuitous would be a grave error. Horus Lupercal would be found at a young age upon Cophonia, with much of his deeds redacted and obscured from Imperial scholars. What is known is that the son of the Emperor would thrive upon the derelict world and rise to become the leader of the colony's criminal gangs. Mentored by the Master of Mankind, the Lupercal would be the first of his sons to be molded into a leader of the Imperium. A protege of many talents, Horus would be swift in his assimilation of teachings of state, politics, empire building, and military doctrine. Given command of the 16th Legion, Horus would lead his army of 10,000 Astartes for 3 Terran decades as the singular Primarch of the Great Crusade. The Cophonian warriors inducted into the Lunar Wolves would be fitting killers to unleash the fury of the Imperium across the galaxy. Traversing beyond the Sol system, the first expeditionary fleets comprised of the 16th Legion, now abounding with tens of thousands of Cophonian Astartes, the tenacious Space Marines would hunger for battle. Instilling Cophonian traditions and customs into the Legion, the demeanor of the 16th would slowly supplant its Terran culture. Topknots and mohawks, common among the headhunter gangs of their homeworld, would mark the Astartes of the burgeoning Legion, as the killing blows of campaigns would be referred to as a Bathan, or the throat cutting of their enemies. Intensely loyal to their Primarch, The Lunar Wolves would follow in his footsteps as the charismatic and indomitable champions of the Imperium. For soon, their legacy would be cemented in legend with the dawn of the Crusade, which would mark their Genefather as the most cherished son of the Emperor. The Orc Xenos had spread across the stars alike to a virulent plague. The Primarchs of the Emperor had been restored unto the Imperium, and every legion had taken arms to bring compliance to the Void. The Orc warlord, Erlak Erg, would amass a tide of orcs so vast that the entire assembled Imperial military would be the only sufficient response to its might. Assembling every one of the Legiones Astartes, countless Imperial army regiments, and the might of the Omnissiah's Titan Legios, the Master of Mankind would enact the Ulanor Crusade. The Lunar Wolves had been lauded above all for their glory, and with their Primarch at the head of their campaigns, annihilated every foe in their path with inelegant yet effective force for over 2 centuries. The Imperium had grown to become the single largest star-spanning empire ever seen, yet it would take every able-bodied warrior of humanity to defeat the Greenskins. Surrounding the perimeter of the Orc expanse, the Imperium's vast armies would drive back the tide. Cornering the Stellar Empire upon the world of Ulanor Prime, the Emperor would deploy 100,000 Astartes, 8 million Imperial Army soldiers, and the might of thousands of Voidcrafts in order to invade the Orc homeworld. Alongside Horus Lupercal and his Lunar Wolves, the Emperor would lead the charge in slaying Erlak Erg and ending the blight of the Greenskins. Horus Lupercal would slay the Orc warlord and cast its corpse from the tower of the Orcs' abominable citadel. The Orcs would be routed, with the Lunar Wolves proving crucial to dealing the death blow to the upstart Greenskin Empire. And the Master of Mankind would recognize his most cherished son and his legion for their unimpeachable service to humanity. Bestowing Horus with the title of War Master, the Lupercal would be tasked with leading the remainder of the Great Crusade as the Emperor returned to Holy Terra to conduct his secretive Webway project. The Lunar Wolves would be honored alike to their Genefather and be renamed the Sons of Horus as a mark of respect for their venerated Primarch. Now endorsed as the preeminent Astartes Legion, the Sons of Horus would continue to bring worlds into compliance for the remainder of the Great Crusade. Respected by their peers above all, doubt would nonetheless take hold within the Legion's Genefather. Initially resistant to change the moniker of his legion, Horus would relent to his father's gesture, much to the chagrin of his brothers. Resentment would grow among the most ambitious Primarchs, and divisions would begin to divide the familial bonds of the Emperor's sons. The War Master would be burdened with the single greatest duty in humanity's history to complete the Emperor's campaign to rule the galaxy. Fearful of falling short of his father's deeds, Horus would become susceptible to the guile and manipulations of the servants of the ruinous powers. Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the 17th Legion, the Word-Bearers, had already been ensnared by chaos and would dispatch his first chaplain, Erebus, to whisper falsities into the War Master's thoughts. Denied clarity by the Emperor in his dealings of the Webway project upon Terra, and anxious of failing the burgeoning Imperium as its newly appointed Commander-in-Chief, Horus's fall from grace would be swift. Bitterness, frustration, and paranoia would burrow deep within Horus's soul, and upon the moon of Darwin, the War Master would be fatally wounded. The once friend of Horus, planetary governor Eugen Temba, had been corrupted by the fell plague god, Nurgle. Commanding hordes of undead soldiers, Temba would wield the malevolent Kinnebrak Anaphane, stolen by Erebus, and with its edge, pierce the War Master's armor. Digging into the flesh of the Lupercal, its corrupting influence would corrode Horus's body. Festering wounds upon his very soul, the most trusted Astartes of the 16th, the Mournival, would bring the comatose body of the War Master to the Legion's apothecaries. unable to rouse their Gene Father from slumber as his condition ever worsened. In an act of desperation, the Sons of Horus would endorse the Council of Erebus. Taking Horus's body to the Temple of the Serpent Lodge upon Davin's moon, the Davinite shamans of the lodge would begin their ritual to revive the Lupercal. Their dark arts would transfer Horus's spirit to the Immaterium, wherein the War Master would observe a vision of the Imperium of Man's dystopian future. Humanity worshipped the Emperor and his Primarchs as gods, whilst toiling within a regime so terrible that it stood in opposition of every teaching of the Imperial truth. The gods of chaos would reveal the Emperor's theft of knowledge from the Immaterium to create the Primarchs and grant him power beyond any mortal being. Accepting a pact with the ruinous powers, Horus would be promised the galaxy should he slay the Emperor and sunder the Imperium. Awakening from his nightmare, Horus would be reborn as the fell champion of chaos. Ignorant of his own intervention in the portrayal of the grim future he would create, the War Master would rally every Primarch embittered to their treatment by the Emperor and begin his damned civil war against the Imperium. Purging the loyalist elements within the 16th Legion, Horus's most trusted officers would enact fratricide against their once battle brothers upon the world of Istvan Free. The Horus heresy had begun, and the fate of humanity now hung in the balance. The Emperor would soon learn of Horus's betrayal and dispatch his vast armies to combat the traitors to the throne. The Legiones Astartes would wage war among one another in countless bloody wars and battles as the galaxy burned. For years, the War Master would lead his army of psychopaths, despots and heretics towards Holy Terra. The loyal heroes of the Imperium would stall the War Master's advance as countless souls of every creed of the Imperial war machine blunted their blades and fired every last bolter, lasgun and void cannon in their desperate defiance of the traitor assault for 7 Terran Standard years. The champion of the ruinous powers would not be slain by any mere mortal, for the fate of humanity would be decided by the final battle against the Emperor. The Sons of Horus would lead the charge into the heat of the Imperium's might, as the Siege of Terra wrought untold casualties between the Legiones Astartes. Standing at the side of their Gene Father during the culmination of the heresy, the final battle to claim the soul of humanity would begin. Bloated with power, Horus would in his duel with the Emperor wound the master of mankind and be poised to rule the galaxy as its dark king. Yet with a final blast of psychic energy, the Emperor would purge the War Master from existence. Reeling in horror at the demise of their champion, the remnants of the broken Sons of Horus would flee into the Eye of Terror. Pursued by the vengeful loyalist legions, the 16th, once within the embrace of the Ocularis Terribus, would find safe harbor upon the demon world of Malium. Offering their souls to the Chaos Gods for scraps of their power, the surviving members of the Sons of Horus would be vulnerable to infighting among the remnant traitor legions. Enduring the Legion War, the Sons of Horus would once more be shamed with the Emperor's children's theft of their Primarch's corpse. Fabius Bile, Chief Apothecary of the 3rd Legion, would attempt to clone the War Master in order to once again lead the traitor legions to destroy the Imperium. Succeeding in his experiments, Bile would create the Lupercal anew, if only for a moment. Ezekiel Abaddon, first captain of the 16th, would confront the clone of his Gene Father and slay the avatar of his legion's failure. The Sons of Horus were extinct, a dead legion befitting a failed patron. Yet from the corpse of the Sons of Horus, a new legion would be cannibalized. Abaddon the Despoiler's heralds of his accursed crusades to destroy the Imperium, the Black Legion. The organization of the 16th would first be molded during the days of the Unification Wars of Terra. Adhering closely to the outlines first devised by the Officio Militaris prior to the introduction of the Primarchs to the Imperium, the then Lunar Wolves would be divided into squads between 10 and 20 Astartes. Led by sergeants, groupings of squads would be led by veterans whom would be referred to as chieftains, with the reunion of their Primarch and the customs of Chthonia's gang culture. Maintaining great armories and weapon stores, the 16th Legion would be outfitted with ample armaments, befitting specialized squads containing destroyer and seeker units. Tithe great numbers of armored vehicles from worlds brought into their compliance, Horus would observe the legions of his brother Primarchs and incorporate effective compositions of units into squads such as breacher squads of the 7th Legion, forming despoiler squads trained to overwhelm weakened enemy emplacements with close combat weaponry and concentrated suppressing fire. These squads would be adopted by the White Scars and Iron Warriors legions in their attempt to mimic their effectiveness. Companies would be led by the legion's captains and incorporate several squads into the fold of sizes befitting each individual engagement. Some companies would comprise as few as 36 Astartes, whilst others would eclipse 900, each led by commanders specializing in their own doctrines of war. Companies would also include specialists within their ranks to add versatility in their methods of waging war, with the standard averaging 2 veterans, 3 reconnaissance, 1 heavy support, and several support weapon squads. Forming battalions, chapters, cohorts and regiments from groupings of companies, the Sons of Horus would adhere to strict hierarchical command, if not stringent organization. Crafted for individual campaigns by the War Master himself, the 16th Legion would rely heavily on the leadership of their captains for each rapid assault formation, referred to as spear tips. Such pragmatism would not, however, be evidence of carelessness, as Horus would allow for his legion to strike with precision and self-reliance in every theatre of war. Though among certain squads, brotherhoods of close-knit warriors would form, with some squads adopting honorific titles such as the First Sons and Deathmakers, with some even bearing their squad's chieftain's name as a moniker. Customs of Chthonia's gang culture would see the widespread adoption of sigils and kill markings across veteran Astartes' armor plate, to which junior members of the Legion would imitate. The transition of their armor's white paint to sea green would further distance their customs from their origins of terror. Embracing the dark traditions of blood pride and fiefdoms of Chthonia's past, the Sons of Horus would ever slowly turn from the Emperor's example. Amassing between 130,000 to 170,000 Astartes prior to the events of the Horus Heresy, the Sons of Horus would be among the numerically largest legions of the Imperium. Given command of a vast fleet in excess to any of their peers, save for the Imperial Fifth Legion, the 16th would command over 100 capital ships and 300 smaller support vessels. The Crusades of the War Master would be led by their imposing flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, and deploy its most deadly warriors to the vanguard of battle. Horus Lupercal would be the utmost authority in commanding his legion, yet facilitate his orders to be carried out by his closest advisors. Among his most trusted advisors, the Mournival would give counsel to the War Master in his deliberations and strategies to bring compliance to the galaxy. Consisting of 4 chosen captains, membership within the Warrior Lodge would be enshrined in tradition and steer the destiny of the Legion through their influence. Embodying the virtues and glories of the Lunar Wolves and subsequently Sons of Horus, the Mournival would adorn their pauldrons with the cycling phases of moonlight to signify the changing nature of their legion. Prior to the fall of the Legion, Ezekyle Abaddon would bear the full moon, Horus Aximand would bear the half moon, Garviel Loken would bear the new moon, and Tarik Torgadon would bear the gibbous moon. The Elite First Company would contain 2 elite squads of the chapter's finest warriors. The Justaerin would be commanded by First Captain Ezekyle Abaddon, whilst the Kachilan Reaver Assault Squad would be led by Callus Ekadon. Clad in black armor, In stark contrast to their Lunar Wolves' original pearl white sheen, the First Company would lead the most deadly of charges into the heart of their enemies. Favouring tactical dreadnought armour, the Justeran and Cachelan Reavers would prove to be an overwhelming force, capable of sundering any defensive positions with overwhelming firepower. Yet not all members of the 16th would be honoured for their deeds in battle, for those whom brought dishonour to the Sons of Horus would be relegated to the Destroyer Squads. Armed with weapons of devastating power, such as rad weapons and phosphex bombs, the Destroyer Squads would march into battle in chem-scalded armour plate. Considered a necessary evil by their legion, the Astartes of the Destroyers would carry out the dark deeds necessary to bring their enemies to heel. Prior to their descent into the clutches of the ruinous powers, the gene seed of the 16th would be among the purest of the Astartes legions. Derived from Horus's genome, the gene seed of the Lupercal would greatly empower any subject implanted with the organs to standards above the majority of Astartes aspirants of their peers. Yet despite the pedigree of such materials, the Legion's corruption by the forces of chaos would pervert its function and lead to rampant mutations within the ranks of the 16th. Cherishing their abominable changes with pride by the degenerates of the traitorous Space Marines, the Sons of Horus, while unable to reimplant the gene seed of their fallen brethren into new initiates, would kill many potential neophytes in the attempt. It is for this reason that the longevity of the Sons of Horus Legion would be irreparable in the wake of the death of their Primarch, and lead Abaddon the Despoiler to draft recruits into his Black Legion of varying, disparate warbands. The homeworld of the Sons of Horus, Cophonia, would fall to ruin in the years following the Horus Heresy and fragment into asteroid debris due to the planet's unstable geostructural integrity. Once rich in valuable ore traded across the stars, Cophonia's carcass serves as further reminder of the downfall of the 16th Legion. Though conjecture among Imperial scholars point to Cophonia's destruction at the hands of Loyalist fleets during the Great Scouring of the Traitors, the gang world had already shown signs of degradation and degeneration during the time of the Great Crusade. Adaptable in their strategies and martial capabilities, the Sons of Horus would, when commanded by their Primarch, prove to be a reliable and exceptional fighting force. Yet with the fall of the War Master at the hands of the Emperor, the once proud warriors of the Imperium would fall into disorganized panic. Broken in discipline, morale, and numbers, the Sons of Horus would dissolve into small warbands ruled by despotic Chaos champions. Their Gene-sire had been proven false, and in the power struggle left from his passing, a new legion would be born. First Captain Ezekiel Abaddon would abandon his legion to seek purpose and pursue answers from the Dark Gods. The 16th had shed many skins from the grey storm cloud sheen of unification, the pearlescent splendour of the Lunar Wolves, and pale green, honouring the Legion's triumph of Ulanor as the venerated Sons of Horus. Their superiority had been bested, their pride torn asunder, and failure stained the very air where the Astartes of the 16th lurked. They were no longer the wolves of ancient terror, and the Eye of Horus, once emblazoned proudly on their armour, now served only as a reminder of their disgrace. Returning to the galaxy, with the blood of his reborn Primarch drenching the lightning claw once used to wound the master of mankind, Abaddon the Despoiler would rally the fragments of his past legion into a new army. The Black Legion would be born from the ashes of the Sons of Horus, and under the leadership of the new War Master of Chaos, they would not rest until the Imperium's destruction had been achieved. Now the single largest warband of the ruinous powers, the Black Legion stalks the galaxy, hungry for the blood of the Emperor's loyal subjects. For the Sons of Horus may be extinct, but the bitter fury of its legacy shall live eternal.
Tell us how the Sons of Horus took their new title. Tell us how they became the Black Legion.
At first, I had no answer. I wasn't expecting the question was genuine.
I said I would tell you how the Sons of Horus died, and how the Black Legion was born. I never said one became the other. But he wasn't finished. He had scripture of his own to quote. It is written by Skryre Dianthon, and thus driven from holy Terra, and reigning forevermore in the underworld, the Sons of Horus, the treacherous 16th, became the Black Legion. Ah, suddenly it all made sense. From shame and shadows recast, I said softly, the words for myself alone, in black and gold reborn. What? I told you, before the beginning, there was an end. The Sons of Horus never reigned in the Eye. Their ghosts commanded nothing but graveyards of their own warships. Their shades ruled over fallen fortresses. The Sons of Horus died 10,000 of your years ago. I know. I watched it happen. They were the 16th Legion, but the Black Legion was not founded by the Emperor and never fought in his name. It bears no number. Numbers were only bestowed upon the legions of the Great Crusade, and we, my Imperial friends, are the Legion of the Long War. Speak the words of Lorgar, and you shall live forever in the glory of chaos. Speak them not, and every one of you shall die today. The treachery of the traitors to the throne would sink to the lowest depths of humanity's most heinous traits. Butchery, betrayal, and dishonor, the forefront of their crimes against their loyalist brethren. Yet one legion above all would be the fulcrum of the traitor war effort, and the linchpin for untold heresies. The most zealous, duplicitous, and conniving of all fallen angels of death, whom would drag their flawed brethren into the depths of ruin. The 17th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the Word-Bearers. The Emperor of Mankind would create a vast army of a new breed of warriors to reclaim the disparate fragments of humanity across the stars. Each legion would be unique in its methods of waging war, accomplishing compliance, and conducting tactics and stratagems of war. The 17th Legion, known during the Wars of Unification as the Imperial Heralds, would be among the Imperium's most staunchly devoted subjects. A legion seen by its peers as fanatical, the 17th Legion would draft its recruits from the Emperor's defeated adversaries. Raised to acknowledge the crimes of their ancestors, the 17th would strive to attain forgiveness for their sins. A condemned legion, the Imperial Heralds would be a mirthless and dour assemblage of warriors. Solely driven by penance and shame, the 17th would seek no glory in battle, and attain no plaudits for their deeds. Duty was the unifying bond of the Legion, and ruin would be their trade. The only Legion to be given a title during their founding, the path of the Imperial Heralds would be ordained before the blood of their foes had even slicked their blades. Harbingers of the Imperial truth, the 17th would decree a simple message to their foes: recant or perish. A lone warrior of the Legion would visit each bastion of the warlords of Terra, adorned in a skull-visaged helmet, black armor, and mace of office that would one day become synonymous with the chaplains of the Astartes. Offering the Emperor's mercy, these champions of the Imperial truth would bear a heavy tally of losses to any enemy unwilling to comply with the Imperium's demands. Yet for every herald whom would be slain, his battle brothers clad in grey would bear fire and death to his killers. Waging a war not of blood and destruction, the 17th would fight with the insidious poison of belief and illuminating flame of truth. Scouring each conquered foe's repositories of knowledge, the Imperial Heralds would raid libraries, archives and databanks to purge all tomes of untruth. Destroying all idols of false worship and sundering shrines and temples devoted to pagan deities, the Imperial Heralds would brook no mercy for the transgression of superstition. Burning statues, books, and even heretics on pyres of flame, the 17th would purge all who defied the will of the Emperor without hesitation. Their zealous nature earning them a new title among their brother legions and the burgeoning Imperium hushed in secret, the Iconoclasts. Yet their fanaticism would only worsen with the Legion's eventual reunion with their Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian. The feudal world of Colchis would be rife with religion and superstition. A planet once bustling with technological proficiency, now little more than dust and tradition. War was an inevitable tide for every generation, yet with the end of each bloodletting, a time of peace would arise. Change would be rare, with the populace accepting their lot, yet with the arrival of a Primarch to its surface, Colchis would rapidly transform. The Primarch's gestation pod would land on the planet at a time when the ruling priesthood known as the Covenant would control the civilization's populace. Discovered by a band of priests of the Covenant, the Primarch would be raised by the scions of the Old Faith. Unknowingly worshipping the ruinous powers under a benevolent guise, the populace of Colchis would be damned to be pawns of chaos from the start. The young Primarch Lorgar would study the tomes and teachings of the Covenant, and with time become a devout preacher of the Old Faith. A gifted orator with a kind, charismatic way of communicating, it would not be long before the High Priest of the Covenant, Kor Phaeron, would adopt Lorgar as his mentor. With time, Lorgar's prominence within the Covenant would grow and stoke the jealousy and spite of its senior clerics. Cursed with visions of a mighty being clad in bronze armor, accompanied by a cyclopean giant at his side, visiting the planet of Colchis, Lorgar's visions would intensify with his maturation. Believing his visions to be the sign of a true god of humanity, Lorgar would preach the impending arrival of his prophesized figure. Creating dissent within the Covenant due to his beliefs, a new faction known as the Godsworn would burgeon under the teachings of Lorgar. Declared a heretic by the clerics of the Covenant, the Keepers of the Old Faith would attempt to arrest Lorgar. Torn apart by Lorgar's followers, the clerics would watch as their enforcers would be slain by the zealously rabid crowd. Enacting a holy war against the upstart Lorgar, the clerics would cause a planetary war of two opposing views. For 6 years the two factions would battle, until Lorgar would lead his Godsworn to the Temple of the Covenant, known as the Cathedral of Illumination. Within the heart of the City of Grey Flowers, Lorgar would kill the monks within the temple and declare himself the new Archpriest of the Covenant. Under the advisements of Kor Phaeron, the old ways would remain a form of worship alongside the visions of the prophesied deity. For soon, Lorgar promised their savior would visit them within a year of their victory, and they shall know him simply as the Emperor. 1 year after the ascension of Lorgar, the Emperor of Mankind would reunite with his long-lost son and descend upon the planet of Colchis. Accompanied by his gene-son of the 15th Legion, Magnus the Red, the Emperor would meet with Lorgar. The Primarch would fall to his knee, weeping at the feet of his prophesied Messiah. The planet would kneel with their Archpriest, and following the festivities of their reunion, the Emperor would command Lorgar to induct his finest warriors to be incorporated into the 17th Legion. Despite the Emperor's admonishments of his own divinity, he would task Lorgar with leading his legion to bring compliance to the galaxy, not under the banner of the Old Faith, nor his own godlike visage, but with the knowledge and teachings of the Imperial truth. Lorgar would prove a keen yet deluded herald of the Emperor's will, for despite the Urizen's devotion to his new cause, his methods would be heretical. Rituals such as scattering the ashes of dead worlds across the brows of his Astartes before battle, and the utilization of titles such as apostles among his ranks, would raise suspicion within the Legiones Astartes. The Legion would be slow to bring worlds into compliance in comparison to their brothers, for with every planet conquered, the 17th would differ with their re-education and indoctrination of the world's populace into the teachings of their creed. Spreading the Emperor's divine image across the stars, Lorgar would sow the seeds of future heresies without knowing the extent of his misguided actions. Warrior lodges, fraternal yet superstitious organizations, would grow within some of the Legiones Astartes ranks. Civilians of the Imperium would begin to pray to the Emperor as a living god, and chaplains now brandished the skull helms, blackened armor, and croziers, made in imitation
of the Legion's founding principles. His now renamed Legion, the Word-Bearers, had fostered worlds which would serve any order made in the name of the Emperor and pay high tithes for his favor. Yet after a century of waging compliance in the name of the Great Crusade, the Emperor would rebuke his most zealous son on the world of Kur. Lorgar's example of religious piety and failure to embrace the imperial truth would continue to frustrate the Emperor. An example had to be made to enable his wayward son to see the error of his ways and turn to the path of enlightenment that the Emperor had outlined. Accompanied by his stalwart and capable son, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, Rabute Guilliman, the Emperor would shame the Word-Bearers for their transgressions. Confronting Lorgar Aurelian at the city of Monarchia, the Emperor would demand that their idolatry in his name would cease. Monarchia was a parody of the ideals and values the Emperor most despised. The so-called perfect city of worship made in the name of the Emperor would be an affront to the virtues of the imperial truth. The Ultramarines and their Primarch would bear witness to the shaming of the 17th Legion by the Master of Mankind. For they were the ideal of the Legiones Astartes, and alongside their Primarch displayed the Emperor's ideals of honor, wise leadership, and loyalty. Exemplars of the potential of every one of the legions to follow, the Ultramarines would stand proud above their peers as the Emperor forced the Word-Bearers to kneel with the use of his psychic might. Monarchia would be burned to the ground by the Ultramarines and Legio Custodes as Lorgar watched in horror at the ashes of his once proud city, now coating his legion's armor. The Word-Bearers had failed, and no other legion, no matter their methods nor vices, had ever been shamed in such an open display. The 17th would be scarred deeply, and resentment within their ranks and their Primarch would grow. Withdrawing from the Great Crusade, Lorgar would be racked with self-pity and loathing. Returning after a time as a much-changed legion, the Word-Bearers would be driven with relentless fury. Worlds burned where they were once conquered with honeyed words and diatribes. Possessed of a penitent wrath, the 17th would seemingly have heeded their rebuke from the Emperor, but in truth, their future depravity had begun to unfold. Weak and vulnerable to corruption, Lorgar Aurelian would be swayed by the advisements of his lieutenants, Corpheron and Erebus. Both the first captain and first chaplain retained their devotion to the old faith and would whisper dark portents into the mind of the Urizen. Poisoned by his adoptive father's words, Lorgar would embark on a pilgrimage to seek answers from the gods that would accept his praise and adoration. Upon the fringes of known space, Lorgar and his chapter of Word-Bearers, the Serrated Sun, would traverse under the watchful eye of a detachment of 5 custodians assigned by the Emperor in the wake of Monarchia. For soon, Lorgar Aurelian would find beings demanding of his devotion. Arriving at the Cadia system, Lorgar would order his fleet to orbit the planet of Cadia within close proximity of the Eye of Terror. Meeting with the barbaric purple-eyed tribesmen of the planet, Lorgar would be met by a woman known as Ingefell. Turning on the custodian known as Vendatha and using his body to conduct a ritual, Ingefell would ascend to the form of a demon prince and reveal the circumstance of the birth of the Eye of Terror and the chaos entity known as Slaanesh. Warning Lorgar that humanity would suffer the same fate as the Eldar should they reject their surrender to the ruinous powers, the Primarch of the Word-Bearers would willingly accept the manipulations of chaos. For 4 decades thereafter, the Word-Bearers would serve the Imperium under the guise of loyalty, readying themselves for the day when they would turn on their allies and the Emperor with the opening gambit of the civil war for humanity's soul, the Horus Heresy. Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the 16th Legion, would be corrupted by the ruinous powers and begin his insane march to the throne world. The Word-Bearers had quietly culled the loyalists within their ranks and planted traps to be sprung as the heresy gained momentum. For while Horus would be the champion of the ruinous powers, Lorgar would be their unseen architect of destruction. Assigning his first chaplain, Erebus, to further corrupt the War Master and mustering his legion's strength, the 17th would reveal their treachery openly with the deadly surprise attack of the Battle of Calth. Under the guise of fraternity and brotherhood,
the Word-Bearers would meet the 13th Legion, the Ultramarines, within the Calth system. Seeing an opportunity to renew their bonds of brotherhood with the Legion they had dutifully yet reluctantly shamed, the Ultramarines would accept their kin with open arms. For their trust, the knife of betrayal would be struck in their backs. Destroying many starships and murdering the unarmored and unaware lords of Ultramar, the Word-Bearers would enact their long-harbored vengeance. Driven to burn Macragge in the same manner as had been done to Kerr, the Word-Bearers under the command of Khor Phaeron would enact a heavy toll to the Ultramarines. Destroying all 3 of Calth's sister planets, Khor Phaeron would cause untold destructions against the innocent populaces. Poisoning Calth's sun with radiation-rich metals and unstable substances, Calth's atmosphere would become a volatile, lifeless, and inhospitable husk. Despite the Ultramarines rallying and dealing a crippling blow to Khor Phaeron and his fleet, the Word-Bearers had conducted a fatal blow to the Loyalist war effort before it had even begun. The most numerically superior Legion had been severely damaged, with its Primarch Roboute Guilliman and several of his senior officers coming close to perishing. Summoning a vast warp storm in their wake, the Ruin Storm, the Word-Bearers would further exacerbate travel and maneuverability to the already scattered Loyalist legions. Cutting off the Ultramarines from Holy Terra, the War Master's slow yet unhalting march to the Throne World would be assured. Yet despite their efforts, the Word-Bearers had played a dangerous game and incurred the wrath of the 13th Legion. Half their fleet lay in ruins, and many of their legion had been slain. Seeing his revenge against the Ultramarines as unsatisfied, Lorgar Aurelian would broker an alliance with the 12th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the World Eaters. Alongside the Primarch of the 12th, Angron, Lorgar would enact the Shadow Crusade across the Ultramar system. For while the Ultramarines were a sizable force, against the fury of 2 legions, their might would be strained. Emboldened with his victory at Calth, Lorgar would push further into the Ultramar system. The 500 worlds would be bled by the relentless and savage assaults of the combined 12th and 17th Legions, further preventing the Ultramarines from confronting the vanguard of the traitor war effort, the Sons of Horus. 26 worlds would be destroyed in quick succession, yet Lorgar would observe the worsening of his brother Angron's health with the continual damage inflicted by his brain implant, the Butcher's Nails. Diverting their crusade to the World Eater homeworld of Nuceria, the 2 legions would seek a means to delay or prevent further damage incurred from the malicious implants from those whom had originally nailed them into Angron's skull. Finding no answers, the Word-Bearers and World Eaters would raze Nuceria to the ground and be confronted by the Ultramarines' Retribution fleet, commanded by Roboute Guilliman. Attempting to destroy the Word-Bearers' flagship, Fidelitas Lex, the Ultramarines would simultaneously deploy into the surface of Nuceria and board the World Eater flagship, Conqueror. Weakening the Fidelitas Lex in orbit, the Ultramarines led by their Primarch would destroy the Gloriana-class battleship. As the shell of the Fidelitas Lex crashed into the oceans of Nuceria, Guilliman and his Ultramarines would descend onto the planet and confront the traitor Primarchs. Dueling Lorgar, the 2 would strike a deadly blow, with Guilliman achieving an opportunity to end Lorgar's life. Yet with the intervention of Angron into the fray, Roboute Guilliman would duel the Primarch once more. Imbuing his brother with chance and plights to the ruinous powers, Lorgar would imbue Angron's fury and upon the bones of his former homeworld, achieve his apotheosis. Reborn as a demon prince of Khorne, Guilliman would see no choice but to retreat from Nuceria due to Lorgar's interference and Angron's ascension. The Shadow Crusade had ended, for now it was time for Lorgar and the Word-Bearers to return to the War Master's side. Emboldened with his seemingly divine favor of the ruinous powers, Lorgar would see an opportunity to usurp the War Master. Disgusted at his brother's futile refusal to submit fully to the thrall of chaos, Lorgar would believe that without succumbing fully to their demands, the war effort would be doomed to fail. Following the Battle of Beta Garmon and Horus's wounding at the hands of the Primarch of the Space Wolves, Leman Russ, Lorgar would make his move. As the traitor Primarchs assembled at the world of Ulanor, readying to make their final push to Holy Terra, Lorgar would confront the War Master. Allying with the Primarch of the Emperor's children, Fulgrim, Lorgar would brazenly enact his coup. Betrayed by his close advisor, Zardu Lyak, and Fulgrim, the War Master would be warned of Lorgar's ambitions. Brought to heel by the War Master, Lorgar would be beaten within an inch of his life. Banishing Lorgar from his sight, Horus would assimilate the Word-Bearers under the command of Zardu Lyak into the fold. Lorgar, once more disgraced, would proclaim that the Siege of Terra would fail, and for his weakness, never battle at the gates of the Imperial Palace. Yet Lorgar's words would be proven true, and with the death of Horus Lupercal at the hands of the Emperor of Mankind, the bearer of the Word would need to find a new crusade to wage. Retreating into the Immaterium, with the elements of his legion still loyal to his cause, Lorgar would not be seen again within the material realm. His weakness forever recorded in the annals of the Imperium's history for all to see, and his Word-Bearers now bereft of a vision or prophecy to follow. Yet with Lorgar's ascension to a demon prince of chaos undivided within the Immaterium, it is unknown as to the means the Urizen would accomplish his apotheosis. Yet in the eyes of his legion, his stature proves as vindication enough for their insane and depraved fall from grace. During their service of the Great Crusade, the Word-Bearers would, alike to most legions, comprise of a variety of chapters. Largely unchanged in structure with the reunion of their Primarch, the 17th Squads would consist of 20 Astartes and be painstakingly maintained at full strength. 5 squads would serve each legion company as 100 Astartes and specialize in a particular combat role. As few as 5 companies, or as many as 30, would be grouped together to form each chapter, ranging from 500 to 3,000 Astartes strong. Each chapter would bear a sigil based on the constellations of Colchis and be led by a captain of the legion. Examples of chapters such as the Serrated Suns, Weeping Hand, Ebony Serpent, and Graven Star would each earn valor for their legion and excel in their own expertise of war. Whilst the chapter of the Osseous Throne would deploy infantry in vast waves, the Quillborn chapter would excel in ship-to-ship boarding actions and naval battles. Conducting warfare with a flair for the dramatic, the Word-Bearers would incorporate elements of storytelling and fables into their most lauded victories and compliances. Specialists such as the Ashen Circle would descend from the heavens to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy, and for their valor be selected to ascend to the rank of chaplain. Leading bands of fanatical mortal soldiers into battle, the Word-Bearers would pioneer the zealous fury that would later be adopted by the Fraternus militia of the Imperium. Such mobs of infantry would overwhelm the Word-Bearers' foes before the hammer strike of the Legion would crush the remaining fragments of Defiance. Yet following the Legion's corruptions of the Horus Heresy, the Word-Bearers would be the only traitor Legion which would retain their command structure into the era Indomitus. Venerating their patron gods collectively, the Word-Bearers worship Chaos Undivided and show outright contempt for any who show favor to a singular deity of the ruinous pantheon. Now employing demons to act as shock troopers during battle, the 17th Legion continue to draft hordes of Chaos cultists to further bolster their ranks. Utilizing such pawns as cannon fodder, the Word-Bearers under the command of their Dark Apostles divine the best means to achieve victory. The Legion's heretical hymns and ritual prayers before battle, bolstering their faith in the powers of Chaos Undivided, and calling upon its malignant power to aid their cause. The command hierarchy among the Word-Bearers has remained a constant throughout its tumultuous history. Still revered by his sons, Lorgar Aurelian is the highest authority of the Legion. Seen to be favored by the full extent of the forces of chaos, Lorgar is a martyr to the beliefs and cause of the 17th Legion. Ranks within the Word-Bearers would seem to bear similarity to even Loyalist legions in its initial structure. Each chapter is led by a chapter master, who in turn commands the captains, who lead each company, who in turn guide the sergeants of each squadron. Yet unlike every legion of the Astartes, the Word-Bearers venerate their chaplains as the highest authority. Attached to each company with several chaplains working within each chapter, the spiritual leaders of the Legion would overrule the commands and decisions of even the most senior-ranking commanders. The High Chaplains of the Legion, revered above all save for the Primarch, Under the tutelage of the first High Chaplain, Erebus, these individuals would see to the Legion's subjugation to the whims of their patron gods. Now regarded as Dark Apostles, the Chaplains of the Legion convene their Dark Council of Superiors to decide the fate and course of the Legion's actions across the stars. Each Dark Apostle mentors a first Acolyte to ascend to become a member of the Dark Council, promoted to the rank of Dark Apostle only in one of three circumstances. First, should the first Acolyte's mentor perish in battle. Second, should he be selected by the Dark Council to join their ranks on the demon world of Sikaris. Or third, the first Acolyte must murder his mentor and await appointment by the Dark Council. The Anointed are sealed within their Terminator-class armor shell and are enclosed within until he shall die in battle. Only 200 in number, these elite warriors often safeguard the first Acolytes in battle and prove their worth felling the most fearsome of enemies. Though within the Legion many specialist organizations exist to fulfill the will of the Dark Council. The Gal Vorbak, or Blessed Sons in their native Colchizian dialect, serve as the Legion's most deadly warriors. Survivors of the Serrated Sons chapter's venture into the Eye of Terror during the Horus Heresy, these demonically possessed Space Marines would transform into mutated beasts during combat. Resuming their human form after battle, the Gal Vorbak, though now small in number, are among the most deadly and feared warriors of the Legion. The Anunnaki, or in Colchis, Judges of Hell, would be deemed worthy of being interred within the chassis of a dreadnought and serve their Legion even in living death. Their battle fury and corruption by the powers of chaos, enabling them to one day ascend to transform into a hellbrute of the ruinous powers. During the Legion service prior to the Horus Heresy, each member of the Wordbearers would adorn their armor with Colchizian prayers. The slate grey of their armor, uniform within the Legion, with only the Chaplains of the Legion given the right to adorn their trim with gold filigree. Following the shaming of the Legion of Monarchia, the Chaplains would repaint their armor black, in remembrance of the ashes of their once proud city that stained the Legion's ceramite. With their continual corruption by the ruinous powers, the Wordbearers would eschew the grey of their Legion and adopt a deep bloody crimson red, etched with heretical runic texts. Known by the Loyalists as the Traitor's Red, the Wordbearers trimmed their armor with black and silver. Originally adopted by the Serrated Sons chapter, the Arterial Betrayer's Red would become infamous during the Battle of Calth and become widespread following the engagement. Blasphemous excerpts from the Primarch's tome, the Book of Lorgar, these parchments made of human skin, are worn proudly on their armor. The most accomplished warriors of the Legion bear the most scripture inscribed by the hands of their Dark Apostles and Chaos Sorcerer brethren. Each champion of the Legion enacts sermons during battle, and whilst bedecked in encyclopedias of blasphemy, weaken the Immaterium to enable demons to infiltrate the mortal realm. Their once proud emblem of a tome of knowledge, ablaze with the burning flame of the Imperial truth, now replaced with the Latros Sacrum. Upon their left shoulder plate, the stylized roaring horn demon's head represents their complete submission to the whims of the ruinous powers. Wreathed in unholy flame, the Latros Sacrum displays the Legion's total submission to the thrall of chaos and unwavering loyalty to the machinations of fell beings. Veterans of the Legion bind lesser demons to their will, with the aid of helmets adorned with geometric symbols to aid in their subjugation of the Neverborn. Yet should a demon of great power be bound to such veterans, they shall submit their souls to bind with the malevolent and powerful beings. Proliferating an extensive variety of banners throughout every battalion of the Legion, the Wordbearers hold aloft their debased symbols of their treachery and malevolent ideology. The Legion's armored vehicles alike to their armor bear the scriptures and etchings of the Book of Lorgar and stampede into battle with unabashed, zealous fury. With Lorgar's 10 millennia seclusion upon the demon world of Sikaris, the Wordbearers as a Legion have, unlike many of its contemporaries, retained a unified and unbroken structure. Now commanded by the Wordbearers' Dark Council, an assortment of Dark Apostles of the Legion dictate the objectives and whims of the 17th. Divided in purpose by its two most venerated and infamous leaders, Khor Pharon and Erebus, the faith of the Wordbearers, though split, is nevertheless enough to give purpose to its ranks. Waging wars of faith against the Imperium, the Word-Bearers strive to bring human civilizations into the thrall of the ruinous powers. Whether 1 million or even 1 billion souls should perish, the Word-Bearers shall not relent in their slaughter, should it bring even a single world into the service of chaos. Often competing with the Alpha Legion in bringing planets into the fold, the Word-Bearers are often comprised of such large numbers of both Astartes and human cultists that few Imperial forces can stem the tide of their heresy. Though among the darkness, the Primarch of the Raven Guard, Corvus Corax, has been reported to harry and harass the Word-Bearers should the occasion present itself, with even Lorgar Aurelian coming close to being slain by the claws of the Raven Lord. Yet the Word-Bearers shall not relent in their continued corruption of the hearts and minds of humanity's vulnerable citizenry. For should a single idol of the Emperor or cathedral made in his name stand, the Word-Bearers shall not cease their purge of his relics and ideals. For it is said that Lorgar Aurelian now stirs from his long meditations with the birth of the great rift across the galaxy, and after 10,000 years of bitter reflection, the Urizen is once more readying for war.
Faith is the soul of any army, be it vested in primitive religion or enlightened truth. It makes even the least soldier mighty. The craven is remade worthy, and through its balm and hardship may be endured. Faith ennobles all of the worlds the soldiers undertakes, be they so base or vile, and imports to them the golden spark of transcendent purpose.
It is a time of confusion and realigned loyalty. We have many heads, but we act as one. One legion with a single will. We are a union of the alike and the like-minded. We will not tolerate treachery. We will not allow our compact to fracture. We will not suffer the short-sightedness of our brother legions, nor the averted gaze of the wider Imperium. We are the Alpha Legion, and we take the long view. Each legion of the first founding of the Adeptus Astartes specialize in a strategic aspect of waging war. Some are renowned for their skill at siegecraft and fortification. Others are revered for their use of maneuverability, savagery, or skill at arms. Yet few are known for their cunning, and only one of their number is infamous for their use of secrecy, sabotage, and espionage. The 20th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Alpha Legion. Known as the Ghost Legion during their early deployment during the Great Crusade, the 20th Legion would be the last to be crafted of the first founding, according to conventional records of the Imperium. However, as is the case for most of the Legion's history, much of it is shrouded in conspiracy, redacted records, and misinformation. Other remembrances claim their inception to be prior to any of the legions in a prototypical form. What is known is that the Emperor of Mankind would construct the Legion in total secrecy, with even the Legion's gene seed information being kept a priority secret. Alike to their kindred trefoil of the Salamanders and Space Wolves, the 20th Legion would be formed in separation from the other first founding armies to enable their deployment for specific strategic operations. Their early service as a legion characterized by abductions, assassinations, targeted strikes, and espionage missions on Holy Terra, the Legion would seemingly operate without any command from the discovered Primarchs of the Imperium, their designation known only as Alpha. Though it is believed by the wider Imperium that the Legion's Primarch known as Alpharius would be the last of the Emperor's sons to be discovered, accounts from the Primarch's own hand allude to his discovery prior to that of even the vaunted first Primarch, Horus Lupercal. Commanding his legion from the shadows, if the records of the Primarch are to be believed, his existence would be known only to a select few of the Imperium. The Emperor, Malcador the Sigillite, and commander of the Adeptus Custodes, Constantin Valdor. Alpharius claims to have even been involved in the culling of the ill-fated Thunder Warriors under the guise of the Dark Angels Legion. Should these records be accurate, the Emperor of Mankind would nonetheless refuse to expand the ranks of the Alpha Legion, constraining their ranks to an estimation of 2,000 Astartes. Their gene seed either too valuable to squander on vast deployments, or burdened with a potential flaw in its gene encoding. Some speculate that the Alpha Legion would undergo further augmentations by the Emperor's own hand, unique to their legion, though this speculation cannot be verified. Used sparingly and with great specificity during the remainder of the Great Crusade, records of the Legion would be scarce. Often designated as a legion with no heraldry or identification markings, or even as impostors garbed in the color of other legions, their acts of subterfuge would cause great resentment and distrust amongst their cousin Astartes. Whilst never leaving witnesses or tangible evidence of their involvement, the Alpha Legion's reputation as the Ghost Legion would spread as a force capable of bleeding their enemies slowly yet absolutely. Their tactic of overwhelming confusion and lightning-quick lethality, designated as the Harrowing. Apathetic to the praise so cherished by the other legions of the Adeptus Astartes and their Primarchs, the Alpha Legion would attend to their duties with the sole purpose of furthering their own gains and fulfilling their duty to the Emperor. Their first joint operation with their fellow Astartes legions, beginning with the Dark Angels during the Rangdan Xenocides. Primarch of the first, Lionel Johnson, would parley with a representative of the 20th Legion, Alfarius. Feigning his true identity as the Primarch of the Legion, Alfarius would claim the Legion to be bereft of a Primarch's command, willing to offer their blades and bolters to the Lion to aid in his ascension as the potential candidate of the War Master of the Imperium. Their goals aligned to the Lion's practicality to utilize secrecy during war, more suited than the tactics of Rabute Guilliman or Horus Lupercal. Though in truth, this offer would be entirely self-serving to the 20th Legion's needs, their alliance to the Dark Angels enabling the recovery of the twin brother of Primarch Alfarius from the Rangdan war zone, Omegon. With the twin Primarchs of the 20th Legion reunited, their fluidity in weaving shadows and trickery to achieve their goals would be bolstered. Embracing their Primarch's dual vision for the future, the Alpha Legion's use of misdirection would become peerless amongst any established army within the Imperium. Their continued mastery of deception forming strong rivalries between their more stoic peers, such as the Ultramarines, Imperial Fists, and Death Guard, with Primarch of the Night Lords, Conrad Kurz, commenting on the Alpha Legion that they were sinners in a shroud of lies, with all but the Lunar Wolves, Dark Angels, and Iron Hands campaigning successfully in cooperation with the Alpha Legion without incident. Spinning more elaborate webs of cunning, the Alpha Legion would garner many great victories throughout the Great Crusade, despite abandoning many Imperial practices and efficiencies to achieve their goals. With one such incident on Testra Prime, leading to the slow annihilation of the Defenders' forces with casualties of up to 90% in the campaign's peak. With Primarch Alfarius countering his criticism of the campaign being winnable with much more efficiency as too easy to achieve. Shunned by the Primarchs from this moment on, only War Master Horus Lupercal would defend and praise his brother's actions. Impressed with his capabilities at ensnaring and controlling his enemies with such skill. Yet for the rest of the Great Crusade, the Alpha Legion would recede back into the dark corners of the galaxy, their prowess in war proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, despite their fellow legions' misgivings. With the dawn of betrayal at the hands of the War Master, the Alpha Legion's loyalty to the Imperium of Man would be called into question. Yet the Alpha Legion would be contacted by the strange clandestine Xenos organization, the Cabal, prior to the Legion's involvement in the Civil War. Presented with two predictions of the future, it is claimed that this moment would fracture the Alpha Legion's path for the millennia to come. Given warning and understanding of the fell powers of chaos, the Cabal would show Alfarius Omegon the first of two futures. The Emperor would endure the great civil war across the stars, but with his victory, his species would be cursed with 10, perhaps 20,000 years of decay and suffering, until their inevitable destruction by the forces of the ruinous powers. Yet should Horus Lupercal succeed, humanity would perish and drag the forces of chaos into their oblivion, salvaging the galaxy in the process. Torn between allegiance to their father and the survival of the galaxy, it is unclear as to the intent of the Primarchs. All that is of import is their decision to side with the traitor legions. With the betrayal of Horus Lupercal relayed to the Emperor of Mankind, the Alpha Legion would be sent to crush the traitor forces stationed at the planet of Istvan V. Adding their strength to the second wave of assault, the initial wave of destruction to bring the traitors to heel would be fought by the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard legions. Yet alike to the rest of the assault's reinforcements, the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, and Wordbearers, the Alpha Legion would turn on their loyalist brothers, though not without contradictions in their methods. Allowing the Raven Guard and their Primarch Corvus Corax to escape their blockade of the planet, the Alpha Legion's loyalty to their traitorous brothers would be called into question. Combating a World Eater's battle barge in the process of allowing the Raven Guard to escape, the Alpha Legion would explain to the War Master that they had infiltrated the ranks of the Loyalist Legion. Using sleeper cell individuals within the Raven Guard, the Alpha Legion would ingest the brains of the fallen and graft their flesh onto their faces, gleaning knowledge of their phantom identities and allowing their seamless integration into the 19th Legion. Distrustful of their methods of war upon hearing Alpharius' explanation to their goals, the War Master would command his own legion to be screened for imposters within their ranks. For the 20th Legion had shown themselves to be self-serving in the extreme, and willing to defy the orders of the War Master should they see an opportunity. Distancing themselves from the traitors to the throne, the Alpha Legion would attend to a series of interferences to delay the other Astartes legions from engaging the wider conflict. Blockading the White Scars at the Chondak system, Primarch Alpharius Omegan would ignore their orders from the War Master to recruit the White Scars into the fold of the traitors. Baiting them into combating their own forces, it is unclear if this decision was used to bolster the White Scars' allegiance to the throne, with Omegon commanding an assault of his own forces that occupied a pylon array, preventing communications between the White Scars and Holy Terror. For this would not be the only time the Alpha Legion would combat its own forces, with Alpharius manipulating the Shattered Legion strike force under the command of Iron Hand, Shadrach Medusan, to attack his own forces. The Primarchs spinning their own legion of Astartes, whether to weed out men of conflicting loyalties, or to enable plausible deniability when scrutinized by the War Master. Such machinations cannot be known outside the command of the Alpha Legion. Though for the remainder of the heresy, not one Astartes of the 20th Legion would attempt to engage the Loyalists on the throne world of Holy Terror. Due to this fact, it is unknown where their true allegiances lie, with each act of aid to the Imperium countered by betrayal, such as the attempted assassination of Primarch Rabute Guilliman. And for each named incidence of Alpharius, there are conflicting sources of his presence in systems leagues away. Reports claim the death of Alpharius during the Battle of Pluto against Primarch Rogel Dawn, whilst others claim the death to be his twin brother, Omegon. All that can be said in truth are aspersions and half-truths, even following the Horus heresy into the Scouring and beyond. Unlike their traitor brethren, the Alpha Legion would not retreat into the Eye of Terror with the fall of their War Master, Horus Lupercal. Reorganizing in the galactic east, the Alpha Legion would be hounded by the Ultramarines to the planet of Escrador. Outmaneuvered by Primarch Rabute Guilliman, reports suggest that Alpharius Omegan was once again slain at the hands of a Primarch. Yet despite such a seemingly critical blow to the Alpha Legion, the Ultramarines would nonetheless be driven from the conflict. The Alpha Legion fracturing into smaller autonomous warbands following the battle and seeming loss of their second Primarch. Forming secret bases on asteroid fields, space hulks, and dark corners of the galaxy, the Alpha Legion continues its service by harassing garrisons, ships, and settlements across the Imperium, instigating chaos cult uprisings across many worlds. Those whom claim the benevolent intent of the Alpha Legion find much to contradict their claims. For with the fracturing of the Legion into warbands, seemingly without the leadership of the Primarchs, it is unclear as to where any one warband's allegiance truly lies. whether as double agents intent on the survival of the Imperium, veiled instigators of the death of the Emperor and destruction of chaos, or pawns in the great game of the ruinous powers. Declared exterminated by the High Lords of Terror and Inquisition on no less than 3 instances, the Alpha Legion continues to survive as both loyal sons of the Imperium and duplicitous servants of chaos in equal measure, warring not only against the galaxy, but their own ranks. The Alpha Legion's command structure, much like their history, is mired in contradiction and mystery, with only their armor colorings of somewhat reliable consistency. Incorporating scale-like designs of a serpent into their armor, the Alpha Legion primarily mimic the color scheme of their Primarch Alfarius, azure blue, silver, and emerald green, further changing the aesthetics of their skin, such as the face with tattoos of the Hydra. With those still standing defiant to the law of chaos within the Legion, wearing their armor colors as a testament of their loyalty to their Primarch's vision and principles. Their heraldry and livery kept intentionally sparse to keep their enemies from ascertaining command structure, high-valued targets, and other useful information. Their aims to misdirect their enemies, preventing their hosts and cohorts from fracturing with the loss of an individual Space Marine. Sometimes changing their standard color scheme to pale grays, purples, bronze hues, and other disparate designs to continually confuse their adversaries. Though some signs of subtle command structure can be gleaned from their armor designs on occasion, such as the ever-increasingly delicate engravings of serpents of the Alpha Legion's arm plating to denote rank. Yet many speculate that not even the Legion's Primarch Alfarius knew the full extent of his Legion's command structure, crafting an innately unknowable organization to confound even their own members whom pried too deep. Yet there do exist champions of the Legion, donned in cloaks of scales, these badges of prestige reclaimed from the fallen, and reused by their fellow battle brothers. Whether these champions are true masters of the blade or merely distractions to further confound their enemies is unknown. Comprising much alike to other Astartes prior to the Scouring, the Alpha Legion would nonetheless change the naming conventions of their divisions. Companies would be known as harrows, battalions as cohorts, and chapters known as hosts, though even these naming conventions would be continually broken down and reorganized over time. Recruitment within the Legion determined not on an individual basis, the operatives of the Alpha Legion would succeed on a squad basis. Eschewing personal glory or heroics, the Alpha Legion would function as a highly organized, cohesive organization. Decisions and strategies would be conducted in democratic debate, with non-Astartes operatives allowed to voice disagreement and insight, a trait unique amongst the 20th, being their tendency to recruit many non-Astartes operatives to bolster their Legion's ability to infiltrate and influence all facets of society and enemy command structures, even reintegrating compromised operatives where possible to retain their skills and experience. Employing highly specialized equipment, the Alpha Legion would be characterized for their use of specialized bolter rounds, cloaking technologies, chameleon shrouds, and specialized armor configurations. Highly autonomous in nature and adapting to the assassinations and deaths of command staff, the Alpha Legion has an uncanny ability to adapt and survive from almost any setback, giving credence to the Legion's choice of avatar as the multi-headed mythical beast, the Hydra. For should the head of the Hydra be severed, more shall sprout in its place. I am Alfarius. I am Alfarius. We are all Alfarius. We are the Alpha Legion, and we are all one.
This has been a tale of the Great Imperium of Man, read by the Remembrancer. The traitor legions would all revel in their degeneracies, yet inevitably find their rewards gifted by the ruinous powers bitter to the taste. Regret, madness, and strife would be the legacy of the traitors to the throne, with only the promise of misplaced vindication in the name of their benefactors enough to sate their egos. For those who turn their backs on the Emperor shall inherit only shame, ignominy, and spite. the light of his being the only salvation from a galaxy enraptured by slaughter, betrayal, and insanity.